morning, darts fans, and welcome to the Online Darts Live League for Thursday. It is, of course, Champions Week, and Group A now is in the books. Ryan Furness has made his way to Saturday night. Who's going to join him from Group C? Two players will do that, but who will they be? Let's start out to see who wins match one, though. It's all smiles at the start for the man with the bright socks. Scott Williams has had a decent few days here at the Online Darts Live League, and he's made this his second home over the last couple of weeks.
Last three each.
But now we are getting to the nitty-gritty end of Champions Week. With Group C about to commence, Scott is now up against Niall Culleton, who is returning. He didn't take part in Group A this week. His first start in competitive action will take in Group C.
Okay, first leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
So let's get cracking then with the fifth placed player from Group A. That is
57.
Scott Williams, the man in yellow. Up against Niall, who was third
60.
in week 2 in qualifying. So he should be feeling nice and fresh coming into this challenge. He just has the one crack at getting to Champions Week finals.
58.
Whereas Scott has failed with his first opportunity, where he picked up 6 wins and 9 losses
38.
in his Group A effort. Two players, of course, graduated to Group C from Group A, the other person being Martin Adams.
92.
The other 3 who did not get through that group will be playing tonight in what looks like a rather delightful evening group for the next couple of nights.
45.
What more could you possibly want out of Connor Scott, Jim Williams, Robert Thornton, Mark Webster and Richie Burnett? That has a real look to it. But this Group C is not too shabby either. As well as these two, you've got Shaun Griffiths, Mike Warburton, Wolfie, and Mike Gillet to come.
Scott, you require 154.
Williams getting the better start here. I suppose you would expect that. He is very warmed up over the last couple of weeks after winning week 4 in qualifying on Saturday night.
41.
So he's only had Sunday off before returning for Champions Week.
95.
Whereas Niall has had to return
Scott,
to Ireland
you require 113.
and then come back. Maybe not as sharp as Scott, but the story will be told over the course of 15 matches today and 15 matches tomorrow to see which two players will graduate
70.
to Champions Week finals. Scott's been allowed to just meander towards 43 after 18 darts here. But maybe for the first time in this leg he's put under pressure. Double 16.
27.
What a chance this is for Niall.
You require 64.
This is a leg he should never have won. He doesn't really scare that double 8.
Scott, you require
which is a real
60.
shame because that could have been a nice, sweet bonus.
Game's on the first leg.
It's been taken away as Scott Williams does take that first leg. I think he's somewhat embarrassed to win it in that fashion, but when they come, you just have to take them.
Second leg, it's Niall to throw first. Game on.
Big welcome to everybody tuning in via their favoured bookmaker streaming services.
100.
And of course, everybody who is tuning in on YouTube today via the Online Darts page. And I'm sure it hasn't escaped your notice that
57.
today is the day where we play on the Winmore Blade 6 Triple Core Carbon for the very first time. It was launched yesterday.
95.
And we are the first competition to have got it in competition, and we're very, very proud to have it here.
98.
The funny thing is, we've got a lot of experienced dart players in this room.
96.
And when they found out this morning that the dartboard on the wall was going to be this new one, they all made a beeline for this room and they wanted to have a look at it.
22.
Whether you're 65-year-old Martin Adams or 31-year-old Scott Williams or anybody in between, everybody wanted to look at it. They were all like kids at Christmas.
100.
It's been a fascinating week so far, that's for sure. And I think this group is going to be intriguing. I don't think there is a significant favourite
78
to see who gets through. I think this could be a really tight group that maybe goes to the very last game tomorrow, which will be this fixture, as Williams finds the first maximum of the day.
You require 32. Game shown the
That's
second
very much a
leg.
moot point, though,
Niall
as Niall Culleton equalises at 1 leg all. It's a good match so far, but the good thing about leg 2 is that it was better than leg 1. What will leg 3 deliver?
Scott to throw first. Game on.
We've got viewers from all over the world today.
100.
People tuning in from the Oceanic region. And everybody looking forward to Halloween this weekend.
140.
I wouldn't mind seeing some scary darts this weekend. And the scary thing is that Scott Williams provided us with the best
57.
individual performance of the week so far, with an average of 108.08. And he was equally the best 180 hitter alongside Richie Burnett in Group A as well. But he was still down in 5th position of 6 players.
58.
Which begs the question, why? There was obvious brilliance at times, but the stuff in between, maybe not so, because he came into this Group C after 3 days of action with the worst running
59.
average, and I have to pay a huge tribute to Group A
96.
because the standard was excellent. Great recovery.
76.
And he's starting to impose himself in this match as Niall. Just watch out
57.
for his
No, you
ability
require
on the
20.
outer ring. I'll get into more of that in a second. As he goes for double 5 and
Game
takes the
shown
shot
the
for a
third
2-1
leg.
lead,
Niall
and
Culleton.
eventually gets that breaker throw that he could have stolen in the first leg of the contest. It's not inconceivable that he could have been 3-0 up.
4th leg, it's Niall to throw first. Game on.
Yes, what I was saying about the ability on the outer ring.
140.
Looking at the overall stats for these players from the very start of the year, when we began to play in this room, of everybody playing in this group, Culleton has the best running doubles percentage of 37.25%. Of
59.
everybody who has played this year, and every match that has been played, the mean percentage is 34.07. So, Culleton is a good 3%
60.
above average on the outer ring and the bullseye. And he's better than everybody else in this group. So you do expect him to be a bit sharper on the doubles
56.
based on statistics. This is better. When he gets it right, he makes this game look so simple. And I have to say, I'm a huge fan of his look.
96.
He's tall,
Scott, you require
his trousers
161.
don't look long enough, but I think as fashion statements go, with them being slightly shorter and showing off those socks, I am digging it.
61.
I
No,
really
you
like
require
it.
150.
Especially when it's coordinated with his dart flights and stems. That is not an accident.
90. Scott, you require 100.
You get the feeling he really needs this.
Game on the fourth leg.
And I did say that
Williams.
sometimes he makes this game look easy. Well, he made that look extremely simple. Bang, bang. Just like that, 100 out.
It's Scott to throw first.
And it's as you were at the start as we go into best of 3. Scott Williams has played 64 matches this year here at the Online Darts Live League. He's won 34 of them and lost 30 for a win percentage of just over 53%.
24.
Every player in this group, looking at their accumulative record for 2021,
97.
has a win percentage in the 50s. Funnily enough, as impressive as it is for Scott Williams to have
100.
a win percentage of 53%, it is the lowest of all 6 players in this group. The highest belongs to Mike Warburton.
180.
Well, that's a third 180 for Scott. He's starting to show why, again,
43.
his 180 prowess is so good, because 25 180s in Group A, I think he's going to get at least 10 to 15 in this group over the next couple of days, judging by this performance. And if you are choosing to have a little flutter on 180s or
26.
match results today, please gamble responsibly.
So you require 110.
It's for over 18s only, and begambleaware.org for more information. Great first start. It's an interesting play going 18s first on 110, but he can be a little bit unconventional
90
at times, and there's nothing wrong with that when your opponent is back on 308. Like I said, Niall could have been 3-0 up.
You require 20.
He's going to be 3-2 down. And he is 3-2 down. And Culleton has now got to win 2 straight in the last 2 legs. And if he doesn't, he will suffer defeat in match 1.
6th leg, it's Niall to throw first. Game on.
At this point, I suppose I have to mention Ryan Furness, who won Group A with 11 wins and 4 defeats. A very, very good effort considering who was in that group with him.
100.
I've been around the game of darts for a long time. I've come across some very well-known talent, and sometimes you get to know some people that you don't know very well. I'm not ashamed to say that before the last couple of weeks, I didn't actually know Ryan Furness existed. Well, we do know about him now. And judging by his stats from Group A, he's going to take some stopping
60.
on Saturday night. Especially when there's a few quid on the line. Small matter of £6,000 to the winner.
60.
And the title of Phase 5 champion, looking to join the likes of Burnett, Jim Williams and Chaz Barstow, who have won a phase before, and 2 of them could double down this week, with Burnett and Williams still here in Phase 5.
85.
Nobody has got 2 phase wins this year. It could change on Saturday night, live on Sporty Stuff TV.
59. Niall, you require 156.
This is decent from Niall to try and take us all the way in match 1.
60.
Still an opportunity for Scott, though. A 140 or a 145 here. Or the lot. Oh, how good was that last start?
Now we require 96.
And that puts huge pressure on this shot. He's just next door on the double 18 effort to leave tops. And you have to say that maybe Scott Williams deserves this opportunity to win the match because of that phenomenal 180 in his last visit. That was his 4th of the game.
Yeah, 50 scored.
He's got the bull. So 344 should be the shot. And one match dart is all he requires to take the first 2 points in this group. And you think that after that, with all of the 180s he got, and the one match dart that he required to take that victory, I think he will take a lot of confidence from that, especially when he was 2-1 down. It may not be his best game, but there were spots in there that he can be very, very proud of. Going into match 2, we're going to get our first look of the day at Mike Warburton. He's up against Greater Manchester's Shaun Griffiths. Interesting first game that we've just seen as the big man from Lincolnshire does bag his first 2 points of this Group C. He will have company at the top of the table because he's the only person who's got points so far. But who is going to take match 2? Is it going to be Shaun Griffiths or Mike Warburton? It's really good to see Shaun back playing some decent darts. You could say he's been in the wilderness a little bit over the last few years. He was regarded at one point as one of the best young players in the world. There you see, 2 times Winmore World Youth Master. You don't win those if you're not decent. But this man, we've seen plenty of him this year, but it's our first look at him this week.
Okay, first leg, it's Shaun's to throw first. Game on.
It is indeed our first look at Shaun too. So, in contrast to the last match, where
25.
Scott Williams has played a lot this week already against Niall, who came in slightly cold. This one is pretty much an even playing field. But Warburton, one of the best consistent performers over the course of the entire year, returns to have another crack at winning a phase. After coming third in week 1, which seems like an eternity ago, he's had a good few weeks back at home in North Wales to try and get himself right for this challenge. And funnily enough, these two don't live that far apart. Greater Manchester is not that far from North Wales. It's less than an hour.
60.
And Shaun is here because he came third in week 3. So similar efforts for these two, bagging the bronze medal position in their respective qualifying week. So you would think that maybe these two are evenly matched. If you look at their overall statistics, they tell a slightly different picture. Albeit the fact that Mike Warburton's played 112 more matches this year here. The running averages have a difference of about 4 points. Shaun running an average of 84.34 over the 24 matches he's played. And Warburton, even though he's played 112 more matches, his average is 88.04. That's impressive.
60. Mike, you require
We'll
164.
go more into what he's done this year in the next leg. Let's just see if he can take this 164, which wouldn't have been his biggest finish of the year because he has had a 170.
100.
But he leaves it handy
Shaun, you
just in
require
case
156.
Shaun does not take this one. Perfect. Great shot.
Game
And a
Shaun
beautiful
first
finish
leg.
from Shaun Griffiths.
Shaun Griffiths.
If you needed a little bit of proof as to how dangerous this lad is, you've just got it in his first leg of the week.
Second leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
I can confirm just how good Shaun Griffiths is. I used to practice with him when I lived in Preston about 10 years ago. Shaun was just
60.
down the road in Manchester, and we used to get together, and he was incredible. Used to go to the Riley's Club in Chorlton, just outside of Manchester.
59.
And he was always good to hang around with because he was always really keen to play well. Always wanted to test himself against excellent opposition.
140.
And that leads me to maybe what Shaun Griffiths is known for. The first two World Youth Championships that were held in the PDC,
97.
Shaun made the semi-finals on both occasions, and he was defeated on both occasions by Michael van Gerwen. Both times, heartbreaking defeats because they were so close.
60.
Consequently, MVG would go on to lose both finals to Aaron Monk and James Hubbard.
60.
But we could be looking at, if he'd have got through Michael van Gerwen both of those semi-final times, a two-time World Youth Champion. Shoulda, woulda, couldas and all of that, of course.
95.
But fine margins in this sport could have led Shaun on a very different path. And over the last few years, he's not been playing at the top level.
100.
But so far today, he has proven that he can still
146.
play at a very high level.
$60.
Warburton will return for that 86. And he will see no damage done after the first leg because it was on Shaun's throw.
125.
He does not want to relinquish
86.
his throw here. That is for sure. He gets a shot at the bull. Gets 3 18s in the end to leave 32, but Shaun can pounce
60.
here for the first break in this match. His darts do go in very upright. Hence the little scooch to the left. But double 10
50.
isn't found, and Warburton has dodged a bullet.
Mike, you require 32.
Double 4 to save his throw.
28. Shaun, you require
Maybe just a
10.
small sign that he may not be as sharp as some others in this group. Double 5 to break. Big mistake, and you can see that micro shake of the head
6.
from Shaun. You don't get chances
Mike, you
like that
require
against
4.
opposition like this very often.
Game Shaun, the
And
second
there is
leg.
the take from Mike. It's
Mike
not
Warburton.
a classic leg by any means, and that's what the wave of apology is for from Mike. I don't like to see that, but at least he got the leg. It was 22 darts he took
Third
to
leg,
get it,
it's
though.
Shaun to throw first. Game on. $60.
Just looking at the way that Mike has played this year, over the 136 matches he has had, he's the second most experienced player in this group, of course. Nobody is as experienced as Martin Adams, who's played over 200.
100.
But there are statistics that make you say, wow. He has the best win percentage of all the players in this group. Just a shade under 60%. He does have the equal highest finish in this group with Scott Williams of a 170. But when he qualified for this Champions Week, he had a micro spell in a Group A in Week 1 where he went ballistic.
59.
He put in 2 performances back-to-back that were mic-dropping. One in particular where he got his personal best average of the entire season of 115.62. And if you think that's an isolated incident, you'd be wrong, because at another point he had averaged 111. But that 115 average is now the 3rd best of the year. The 2nd best belongs to Berness of the Kevin variety, and he has failed to make Champions Week on this occasion. And the best average, of course, was in Phase 1 in the very first week from Jason Askew, who averaged over 118. Superb from Shaun.
180.
He really did need that as well.
Shaun, you require
Mike
94.
did not need that. I think that gives Shaun the luxury of going the treble 18 route, which he might not have done if a bigger shot was hit by Mike.
78.
But the wire is clipped for the 94.
Mike, you require 156.
And we know this can be hit because it was hit in leg 1 by his opponent. Mike hasn't really got the weight of his dart right yet so far today. We'll keep an eye on that. Shaun Griffiths takes the lead in 19 darts.
Shaun Griffiths.
It isn't the best quality so far. It's a bit of a scrappy affair. But as they find their feet, things are getting slightly better.
4th leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
This game is being played in a high 70s average for both players. Mike is more towards the mid-70s, but
58.
He will know intrinsically just what standard he's playing at so far today, and he knows that he will have to find something better than this.
100.
There's a genuine intensity with Shaun, though. He knows that this is a great opportunity to bank 2 points in a truncated group
100.
where you will only play 10 games, and if you don't get a good start, you could be cast out quickly.
140.
At times, Shaun has looked very assured. There is scope for improvement. And if he finds it before Mike does,
60.
This game could be over in a couple of legs.
$59.
Just have a look at the position of Shaun Griffiths' dart before he throws. It's a very high set position. It's almost eyebrow level. With Warburton, it comes back towards his lip line. But look at this from Shaun Griffiths. It's high, a high elbow. It's up towards the right eye.
100.
That's quite an unconventional thing to see, but look at his next throw as well. He does something which is called reverse follow-through, where the arm goes behind him.
100. Shaun, you require 102.
Will he stay there? Yes, I think that was the right play. Double 11. And that was the right shot, because that's a 15 darter, and it is the best leg we've seen so far in this match. And the person taking this game by the scruff of the neck is the man from Manchester.
5th leg, it's Shaun to throw first. Game on.
perfect time to break, really. Is where you serve for the match next.
96.
Especially when you have a two-leg cushion. You expect in Champions Week the standard to be higher. And in Group A, it has
83.
been. Because the running average in Group A was 91.5. The overall average for the entire season here at the Online Darts Live League
60.
was just a tiny bit under 86. So we've seen over a 5% improvement on the regular stuff that you see so far this October week.
99.
Might have a slow start in this group. But we haven't seen Wolfie yet.
60.
And we haven't seen Mike Gillet yet. And it's early days.
$97.
Good switch from Mike. And he's going to need to find something more akin to what he's done before scoring-wise. Because that has been his Achilles heel in this match so far. Shaun has scored better than Mike. He's been more prolific on that 60 bed. That's a much better first start.
140.
That's exactly what he needs to
you
find.
require 160.
But it's match point Shaun Griffiths right now.
$60.
Just how
Mike,
valuable
you require 82.
is the fact that Shaun has not left a single to double combo to end this match. It does depend on this. That was almost the leave of double three.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
But Warburton is a wily competitor, and he has given himself the chance of surviving in this match with a breaker throw there. So if he holds, we'll go all the way.
Sigler gets Mike to throw first. Game on.
There's a lot of similarities when it comes to the year
100.
stats. When it comes to the outer ring, I mentioned in the first match of the day that Niall Culleton has the best running percentage on the doubles of 37.25%. But a lot of the players in this group are around
58.
the 35 mark, which is good. But if you want to be world class at the top level these days, you really do need to be in the shadow of that 40% mark.
100.
Shaun Griffiths, before this match began, was exactly 1 out of 3 on doubles for every match he's
55.
played. And funnily enough, that was the lowest percentage of this group. Mike's done a really good thing in this match so far. Yes, he's still behind, but he's getting better towards the end. I've seen him so many occasions rescue games from the depths of defeat.
42. Mike, you require 121.
He's been involved in some great 4-3 matches. And I think he's going to be involved in another.
$41.
Now, I could easily say that that visit didn't work out, but he's still got lots of time. Because Shaun cannot leave a finish from 3-4-6.
60.
And is
Mike,
he losing his way
80.
at the wrong point in this match? Or is he just relying on the fact that he has the throw in leg number 7? Tops again.
Game shot on the 6th flag.
Well, you have to
Mike
nod in
Warburton.
approval to that one, because 2 legs from 2, from 3-1 down, he brings it to a level point. And we're now in a 1-leg shootout to see who wins match 2 of the day.
To throw first.
The good thing about this group is that a lot of these
60.
players are evenly matched. I said in leg 1 that there were stats that say that Warburton would be the stronger of the two, but maybe the fact that they were third in their respective qualifying groups made them very much level. Warburton has found his 180s at exactly the right time in this match.
100.
He's now got 2. And he's not missing all of a sudden.
100.
One of the weirdest things I've seen in an online darts match has happened in this game. The averages were so different.
180.
Maybe 2 legs ago, Warburton was down in the low 70s and Griffiths was in the mid 80s, and those have flipped around. But with that 180, Shaun Griffiths gets another crack at a finish for the match.
100. Shaun, you require 100.
Talk about topsy-turvy. He's got 84 left. And I believe he should go for treble 16 here because the 60 is blocked.
$134. Mike, you require 121.
I did not expect him to do that. And why he's left 27, I have no idea. Does it even matter?
96.
It does now.
Shaun, you require 27.
Well, Shaun, you left it. He wanted to leave double 12.
Game shot on the match.
Very evident now.
Shaun Griffiths.
He backed himself to get a shot with 2 darts instead of 3. It worked with an 82 average in the end, and that was a dogfight in game number 2, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. I hope you did as well. So the first 2 points of their day goes to Shaun Griffiths. We're going to see Wolfie for the first time, and he's up against Mike Gillet in game 3. That's coming up right after this. Really interesting start to Group C here on Thursday in Champions Week, and 4 points have been dished out to 2 players, but another 2 points will go the way of Mike Gillet or Martin Adams. Who takes it? I think Martin Adams is very happy this morning because his points total can be scrubbed. Group A did not go his way. It's not because he played poorly. He never does play poorly. but he was involved in a very competitive Group A. He found himself towards the basement of that group, but now he can start from scratch.
Okay, first leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
That's the good news, but there is some bad news for Martin when it comes to playing the left-hander from Hampshire.
95.
He's played him twice this year and never beaten him. But that was a long time ago. That was back in April. They played in consecutive days on the 22nd and 23rd
100.
of the 4th month of the year. And now it's almost November. I'm not wishing time away, but we're almost in Grand Slam month.
24.
But Martin did suffer 2 4-3 defeats to Mike back in April, who is a very capable left-hander.
85.
A left-hander from Hampshire. Now, where have we heard that before? Oh, that's right. James Wade. Here comes the wolf.
125.
Doesn't quite howl yet. Will he be howling tomorrow lunchtime when this group comes to a climax?
100.
Not that I am impugning this group whatsoever, because it is littered with quality. But I have to say that maybe the competition
123.
from a reputation standpoint is easier to defeat than maybe later on today in Group B.
60.
Mike is noted for playing steel tip and soft tip,
34.
whereas Martin is a steel tip animal.
77.
That one's a bit of a slip.
Mike, you require 156.
For the second game in a row, could we see a 1-5-6 in the first leg? Oh boy.
120.
It almost happened again.
Martin, you require 57.
Martin should have really been sitting on 3 darts at a double. He only gets 2. And he only needs the 2. The wily campaigner from Cambridgeshire does take the first leg, not without a little bit of a scare on that 1-5-6 effort.
Second leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Yes, not that I'm admonishing this group at all, but you look at Wolfie and you know about his reputation.
59.
You know that Mike Warburton's really dangerous. But I think what we have with Niall Culleton, what we have with Gillet, and what we have with Griffiths are stories that are yet to be written.
81.
Their careers could be construed as being in their infancy. Whereas in Group B later, we're talking about players who are noted as some of the greats of the game. So maybe Martin would rather play in this group. He'd rather play Gillet. He'd rather play Culleton.
81.
He'd rather play Scott Williams than, say, Thornton, Burnett and Webster. And Jim Williams. And Connor Scott.
100.
That's the crazy thing about tonight, because there's only one player in that group who has not won a major title. Isn't that incredible?
43.
And Mike Gillet got here by coming second in week 4.
100.
Lost out to Scott Williams in the week 4 final, early hours of Sunday.
$140. Mike, you require
That 1-5-6 is getting left a lot today so far. That's one thing I have noticed. No joy on the 42 bed there. So down for the 19s now.
76.
Another push dart to give Adams the opportunity of this shot, which is not going to be taken.
40. Mike requires 66.
He's 50 adrift, but he needs a goal first. It depends on what Mike does here. Great first shot for another shot at double 18.
48.
And the chance at the 116 is given.
Martin, you require 116.
Could have been 2-0 up, Mike Gillet. Might be 2-0 down. Tops.
Game shown the second leg.
Just delightful
Martin
stuff
Adams.
from Martin Adams. And if you needed proof as to why he's such a great player, it's because he does stuff like that in a somewhat stealth fashion. The leg is all yours. You let it slip. And what does he do? He says, if you don't want it, I'll have it. Just like that.
$100.
Well, let's look at Martin Adams' Group A effort, because for me it's slightly misleading. He only picked up 3 wins.
140.
Yes, 3 wins from 15 matches. He was involved in a fair few battles, but his running average for the group was 91.43. And he only picked up 3 wins? His best individual performance was 99.23. That's not too shabby.
43.
He bagged 15 180s, which, funnily enough, was the least by any player in the group. Now, what does that tell you? That tells me that the group was stacked.
63.
And that's the good thing about today.
44.
Because the effort in Group A now doesn't mean anything. It's all about what he does today and tomorrow. He can still make the finals for Champions Week. He could still pick up his first phase win
45.
of the year. He has won weeks before, but he hasn't won a phase. He hasn't got the big prize yet.
100.
He does have the better start in this match. And this helps.
177.
Magnificent. There is nothing that Gillet can do with Martin sitting on double 8.
16.
He does put him under slight pressure. Is that too close?
No score.
I think it might have been.
Mike,
I think it shielded
80.
a lot of that double 8 bed. So this is an unexpected opportunity. Just graduate a little bit further north. And again.
60.
Just didn't throw it with enough
Martin,
speed,
you
enough
require
force.
16.
Second
Game
attempt
on
at
the
double 8
third
is
leg.
good, and Adams has a
Martin
3-0
Adams.
lead in this one. He will not want to relinquish this. He'll be hoping to get a 4-0 win in his first match of the group.
4th leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on. $60.
Both matches so far have been fairly tight, and from my experience of commentating on two-day groups like this, leg difference will come into play. It's somewhat pointless to talk about it now because we've only had one match for 4 players.
5.
But it will come into play maybe by this time tomorrow. It depends if someone dominates and really does get in front with a perfect day today and a good start tomorrow.
140.
And then we have maybe 2 or 3 players vying for that last spot, because in a 6-player group here, we only have 2 spots available for the finals. As Gillet starts to play faster, the rhythm of his throw has changed. His performances this year have given us an average of 84.05.
100.
He's not close to that right now. He's a good 2 or 3 points behind it. But he has been very effective on the outer ring.
85.
A percentage of just shy of 58%. In fact, that's his win percentage, not his doubles percentage. If that was indeed his doubles percentage, he'd be better than everybody. 35.71 is his doubles percentage. But a 58% win percentage for me is very good. It's one of the best in this group. Adams has been way better though. And double 16 will give him a 4-0 win.
Game,
and that's exactly what he gets. That is someone who knows how to start a group. 4-0 to him. He gets what he needs, and everything that happened in Group A is now history, because he was better in every facet. He had a ton plus checkout. He had that beautiful 177. Don't forget about that. But no 180s. Doesn't matter about that. He'll get some a little bit later on. But the ideal start with 2 points. We're going to go into round number 2 now. And it's Shaun Griffiths, who got a win in his first game, up against Niall Culleton. Still looking for a first win of the day. back to the online league here, and we are going to go into round 2. We have got 2 players in this next match, match number 4. One with a win so far today, and another without. So, who's going to win this one? Shaun hasn't had a great deal of time between his 2 matches because he played in match 2. But maybe he's glad about that because he came through it very well. Niall's had a bit of a break since playing in match 1. I'll be interested to see if he can go a little bit deeper into his talent pool, because as you can see, Martin Adams is top on leg difference after 1 match played.
Okay, first leg, it's Niall to throw first. Game on.
Niall only averaged 77 in his first match.
45.
And that is way down on what he has done so far this year. In fact, if you do look at his stats, that's almost 10% down on what we are used to seeing from him.
180.
And when you're up against an opponent like Shaun right now, who has confidence after a very good, solid win in his first game,
123.
Niall could be having an uphill task in this group. He doesn't have a second chance of getting through to finals in Champions Week. This is do or die stuff over the next couple of days.
82.
And just watch out. When Shaun gets confident, his throw will get slightly quicker as he feels more assured with his grip and his rhythm. But if you are looking for a pattern today already, I've found one. 3 games, 3 wins for the players who have the throw in leg 1, and consequently in the odd-numbered legs.
133.
And the only ton-plus checkouts we're getting are from the people who have the darts in the match as well. So that's a good sign for Niall.
100.
Who's looking for his first ton-plus checkout right now. He's not going to get it. And Shaun has an option 94. Here of the 25 if he wants to try and leave the bullseye. 19 will leave that shot. I think that guide is kind.
69.
Not kind enough.
Niall, you require 40.
Is that friend or foe?
It
was a friend.
Niall Culleton.
And Niall Culleton, over the course of today, you might see him change the colour of the darts that he uses, but the gold ones, well, they found the target right there.
First. Game on.
Opportunity gone for Shaun to take the first leg of this match.
97.
In the first leg of his previous game, of course, he did take the 156 against Warby, who we will see again in match 6 against Wolfie.
140.
Warby and Wolfie. It's got a pretty good ring to it. Not a great deal has changed about the game of Shaun Griffiths over the last 10 years in the time that I've known him. The style of his throw has not changed.
80.
The structure of his equipment has not changed. This is the thing about dart players that sometimes drives me a little bit crazy.
60.
There is a statement that says, doing the same thing again and again and again
125.
and expecting different results is the definition of insanity. Now, maybe in his own mind, Shaun has said, there's nothing wrong with my darts.
45.
There's nothing wrong with my style of play.
156.
But maybe the one thing that will get him over the line a bit more is his mindset.
140.
And if he said that to himself, I applaud him. Because he hasn't changed his throw. He has not changed his darts. Judging by what I've seen so far today, I don't think he does need to change those things. But what he does need to change are his fortunes if double 2 is found.
14.
That is a gift, and Shaun has got to unwrap it
Shaun,
right
you
now.
require 116.
Doesn't find the lipstick, so no chance of
60.
taking the leg right there.
Now you require 2.
This has been Niall's the whole way. Just graduate a little bit more south.
No score.
But not enough. And he's handing more opportunities to Shaun
56.
that he doesn't deserve. But even when you don't deserve them, still go and take it.
Game Shaun.
That's exactly what he does.
Shaun
Take
Griffiths.
the gift. And it is a level game. Instead of having a 2-leg deficit, he's now put himself in a best-of-5 match from here.
Third leg, it's Niall to throw first. Game on. $100.
The amount of emotions that you go through in these matches. If only dart players kept diaries after every single game.
60.
It'd make for some very interesting reading. I played a lot of live league darts in 2020 during the pandemic.
40.
And a lot of the time, I was really glad that the camera wasn't rolling when I was frustrated.
60.
But the times when you're stealing legs away from your opponents, you can sense the tension. It's such a different complexity when you've got your opponent in the same room, as opposed to not having them in the same room like we did last year.
140.
And if you think that the Online Darts Live League is going somewhere after this Champions Week, think again. We will have one more full phase before the World Championship.
85.
And then we will make way for the biggest darts event in the world all season. And you can concentrate on that come December.
100.
But we will have 6 phase champions by the end of 2021. The one thing that is really intriguing me right now is, will it be
36?
Different champions in every phase?
41.
Or will we have a repeat champion? Because that could happen by the end of this week.
$58.
Doesn't really scare a treble there.
Now you require
Shaun,
100.
but Culleton will hope for 2 at tops. Eventually had to go for 2 tops.
Shaun,
doesn't get either.
83.
For me, this will be another steal. Bullseye.
58.
Gave it a look.
Now you require 40.
And in the words of fellow commentator Chris Murphy, he gets it on the green, but not in the hole. Double 10.
Game Shaun,
Beautifully
the
found
third
by
leg.
Niall, who is
Niall
now
Culleton.
2-1 up. He knows he should be 3-0 up. But we've said that before a little earlier today. But he does have the lead, something to work with.
Fourth leg, it's Shaun to throw first. Game on. $60.
It's at this time of the year where a lot of players who do not have tour cards start to really ramp up their practice, because they're trying to get in tune for Q School, which will take place in January.
140.
The goal for a lot of players who have played here this year is to get into really good match shape to have the opportunity to get a card
96.
for maybe a first time, or indeed to return to the tour.
$11.
Niall will want to forget about that one. Look on the bright side, Niall. He can still get 350 and 6. And we have seen that this year from Andy Jenkins. The maximum followed by the 170 checkout. That was against Fallon Sherrick in Phase 1. He's not going to do it.
60.
But I've heard somebody this week, and it was maybe the biggest compliment that I've heard about the Online Darts Live League this year. And they said, this is rebuilding
60.
careers. Look at what it's done for the likes of Richie Burnett and Colin Osborne. Some of the performances that we've seen from those two. Wowzers.
44.
Just last week, we saw a new Group A record from Colin Osborne, where he won 14 of his 15 matches.
57.
The only person to have done that all year. Quite an achievement. But unfortunately, Colin didn't make this Champions Week because
134.
he didn't make the semi-finals on Saturday night.
167.
He was beaten out by Stephen Burton, Ryan Furness, Mike Gillet and Scott Williams.
$58.
Again on the switch there, Shaun
Now you
Griffiths
require
just can't find the
112.
weight of the dart. This could be a key shot for a break. And it is a first ton plus checkout of the day for Niall Culleton. The 112 was never really in doubt there when you look at these shots. Perfectly pitched. And it tops right in the middle
Fifth
for
leg,
a 3-1 lead.
Game on.
Starting to get a bit of confidence now.
140.
When players like him get confidence, you see the rhythm change. The average of Griffiths has gone down from his first match.
60.
Yes, he won 4 legs to 3, but only averaged 82. You would expect someone of Shaun's calibre to maybe go up towards an 85 and 86 in his next match and incrementally improve. But he has regressed to a 76.
100.
And he's up against it here. He has a points deficit and a leg deficit, which is getting worse.
100.
As Niall meanders towards the finishing line. You'll see Lincolnshire
60.
against Hampshire next.
Now you require 161.
With Gillet against Williams. And it might be very soon because Culleton has left himself on double 12. His best leg of the match so far, scoring-wise. That's why his average has climbed towards 86.
140.
Score pretty much halved there for Shaun.
24.
But you sense the match might be over. And
Game
is
shot
straight
on the
away.
match.
13
Niall
data
Culleton.
from Niall Culleton. And he finally gets the confidence boost that he craved after losing his first match of the day. You can see the average did indeed get to 86 in the end. The checkouts were decent, but that 112, that was the game changer that gave him the cushion that he was able to work with. It is going to be Hampshire against Lincolnshire next, with Gillet up against the big man in yellow, Scott Williams. Welcome back to our action here at the Online Darts Live League. Really enjoying so far today, and the pattern of home wins with the players having the darts at the start, it keeps continuing. Will that continue into match number 5? Let's have a little look. Seems like quite a long time ago since we saw Scott Williams as he gives us a twirl. The man who is very coordinated in the room with black and yellow, showing us he's got a few moves on the hockey. Don't do that too much, Scott. You'll get yourself a reputation. People will expect you to dance.
Okay, first leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
There is a bit of a scar look about Scott, which I really do like. And if he starts dancing like he's in the band Madness, then we could have a bit of a showman in our hands. But the man who beat Mike Gillet to win week 4 now gets another crack at him. He's trying to kick a man when he's down because Mike was done 4 legs to 0 in his first contest against Wolfie. And of course, Scott, after winning the first match of the day, 4 legs to 2 against Niall,
180.
could be the first person to get to 4 points in the group. He is the first person to get a maximum in this match.
100.
And that won't be his last, because he has been somewhat prolific already today. 4 maximums in his first match.
92.
If he keeps up that percentage of 180 hits per match, well, he'll get 20 for the day. Look at those darts as well. The little capsules that they are. They taper out towards the middle part of the barrel, then they taper back towards the point. Very bulbous. But he's able to concentrate them together very well.
170.
First 170 of the day.
Scott,
not to finish a leg, but to approach a double 16. Great shot from Mike. Tops.
67.
For a second
Mike,
there, I really did think he was going 7 bull. He can do some really strange things sometimes. Double 16. It is found by Mike Gillet, but only just. The second dart was a bit of a push to the left, but he did find it with dart 3, and this one starts against the darts.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first.
Sorry, with the darts. I'm getting carried away with all of this talk about people starting the match and getting the win, because so far today, Williams, Griffiths, Adams and Culleton have all got 2 points after having the darts at the start, and still
43.
The only ton plus checkouts we're seeing are from the people winning their matches.
134.
So that says to me this time that if that continues, Gillet wins here, and he will get the only ton plus checkout of the game.
100.
Surely it can't be that simple. Now, if we look at Group A this week, there were some weird and wonderful patterns. On Monday, only 5 players won their match after having the darts at the start. Only 5 out of 15 games. 10 games going against the throw.
100.
Things started to even out on Tuesday with 7 players winning with the throw. But yesterday, it was completely different.
60.
Only 4 players were able to win a match against the throw, meaning that 11 players held, which is a bit more what you would expect.
180.
But Gillet finds his first maximum of the entire day at a beautiful time.
80.
It could give
Mikey
him
requires 78.
enough of an opportunity to get a 2-0 lead. Tops.
Game shown the
He is
second
making
leg.
inroads as
Niall
far as
Culleton.
form is concerned. That's a really clean finish. That's about as unruffled
So, like it's Mike
as
to
his
throw
barrels
first.
are, because look at those things.
Game on.
They are Andy Smith, Terry Jenkins-esque, because they have zero grooves.
140.
They're about as smooth as Michael van Gerwen's head.
93.
The
60.
funny thing is, I've got darts with a lot of grip on them. And the majority of players do have grip. Just look at Scott's darts here. Quite an aggressive grip in the middle portion of the
58.
barrel. That's so you've got a bit of traction before you throw the dart through the air. But when you get a dart like this, it's surprisingly grippy.
100.
It depends on the texture of your skin and your fingers. Now, Scott does not want to lose his momentum.
44.
He built up a really good foundation in his first match against Niall. He doesn't want to lose that
60.
immediately against his next opponent.
$39.
Nothing seems to be going right
Mike,
for the
you
man
require
in the yellow
141.
socks. Could this be the Tum Plus finish? Well, that was a dart that must have slipped out of his hand. You can see from his expression that had to be the case.
89.
All is forgiven because he comes back for 52. And it would give him a 3-0 lead.
47. Mike, you require 52.
Now, where does he go? Is he a 12s guy? Yes. He's a lefty. Of course he likes tops and 10s.
32.
Just think about that for a second. Webster, Wade, Phillips. Need I go on? They all like tops and 10s.
100. Mike, you require
Meikle is
20.
another one. Still 10s. Now 5s.
15.
This leg is slipping
Scott,
away.
you require 120.
Well, I did say he does some funny things
96.
sometimes. I didn't
Might
expect him to
require
go bull
5.
there. Especially with the 60 open. Double 2.
One.
And he has missed again.
Scott, you require 24.
Williams does not deserve to come back in this leg. But maybe he does, because Gillet has made too many mistakes
12.
and Williams can't punish him.
Mike, you require 4.
Ninth visit of the leg. Double 1.
2.
What a mad leg this has been.
Scott, you require 12.
Double 3. Well, you got one
9.
player on double 1, and the other one's got one more point than they
Mike,
have.
you require 2.
All Mike wants is to just get the leg. He doesn't care if it's 28, 29 or 30 darts. He just wants the third leg. And he's got it. It wasn't in the middle either.
Mike Gillet.
I think he's looking at Scott Williams right now with a tinge of embarrassment, because you don't expect to win legs in that many darts. But let's look at leg 4,
Scott
shall
to
we?
throw first. Game on.
I'm going to use a phrase used by
83.
my fellow commentator, pal Chris Mason, who's kept this seat very warm over the last 10 days or so. They don't put averages on trophies. That is so true.
77.
The funny thing is, if you look at golf trophies,
58.
especially the majors, they do put the eventual score on that trophy, so you can't hide from it. But if you look at the Sid Waddell Trophy, for instance,
43.
they don't put averages on there.
$140.
Now, Williams has only got the one maximum in this match. Maybe that's a sign that his scoring has just fallen off a cliff a little bit.
100.
Gillet has been steady in that department. His average has plummeted towards 73 because of those missed doubles, of which he's missed 12.
121.
Well, Scott Williams has missed 7. One thing I will say about Mike's game is that his rhythm has been quite erratic today. We talk about certain players being metronomic. Well, bullseye first on 99. Is Scott Williams the new Dave Pallett?
51.
Some players just like to be creative from certain numbers. I don't get bullseye first on 99. It doesn't make sense to me.
60.
But hitting
Scott,
48 and 2
48.
makes sense. Double 16.
Game
And he
shot
is
on the
now in the
fourth
match
leg.
after that clean
Scott
2
Williams.
darter. And he is possibly thinking about, you know what? I think I can win this match from here. And he might be right.
Fifth leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Many a match has been won from 3-0 down. And it's not as if Mike has dominated on the scoring and the doubles.
83.
In fact, Scott has the better average. And the less said about the doubles, the better, probably.
140.
But at this point, I want to get something off my chest. It's something I talked about the first time I ever commentated on Scott Williams. This guy's from Boston,
60.
in Lincolnshire. He wears a lot of yellow. I believe it's to do with Boston United football team, of course. And that's all well and good. But it's not very often you get an
81.
opportunity to have a hook in sport. And by a hook, I don't mean a punch. I mean an idea. A thing that you can be recognised by.
100.
He likes to wear shorter trousers and have his socks showing. So when you're from Boston, those socks have got to be red.
92.
If you aren't getting my drift, where have you been the last 100 years? One of the most successful baseball teams is called the Boston
100.
Red Sox. So with that in mind, I'm not entirely sure
94.
what his nickname is.
Mike, you require 150.
But let's call him Scotty Yellow Socks, shall we? Another. And it is the red segment
134.
that Williams will now
Scott, you
need
require 94.
to get 2 darts to survive this match. Double top.
Game
How
shot on the
good was
fifth
that?
leg. Scott Williams.
As soon as Mike Gillet puts in the approach shot to leave double 12, Williams does not hesitate in taking a double-double finish to keep this one
Sixth leg,
going.
it's Scott to throw first. Game on. $60.
Not the only player to be noted for yellow, of course. Dave Chisnell is probably the most noteworthy wearer of the
83.
jaune shirt.
$23.
That seems to be happening a bit too often today, where the darts are colliding with the flights. And that does happen sometimes with barrels that are slightly thicker.
100. 100.
Scores are identical going into the most key phase of this match so far. Either Gillet will win by 4 legs to 2 and get himself on 2 points alongside every player but Mike Warburton.
58.
Or Williams' comeback will continue. This is good.
100.
And that is a great miss. The fact that he hit a 20 there with the last start instead of a 5 or a 1 is very good news. Well, Williams has got to go bull here because that one could fall on the floor.
60.
He didn't
Mike
risk it.
135.
I'm surprised he didn't go for the bull, which would have left him 170. Well, 66 scored, leaves 69.
85.
Handily placed to keep this pattern going today of people having the darts and winning.
60.
And to keep this
Mike,
group
you require 50.
ridiculously tight. With 5 players on 2 points. That's exactly where we are. 17
Mike
darts
Gillet.
is good enough for Mike Gillet to get his first win of the day. 4 legs to 2 as they embrace. I'm sure Scott Williams will be thinking about his next challenge, which won't come for some time because it wasn't a classic, but Mike Gillet will not care because he's got his first 2 points of the day. We're about to see Martin Adams and Mike Warburton do battle in their second match of the day. This one could be rather good. I did say at the start of play that this group could be very, very tight. Well, at this point, it is very tight. And if Warburton wins this, everybody's got the same amount of points. The man from North Wales throwing a 21-gram dart. He's back to try and rectify what went wrong against Shaun Griffiths. He did show a great deal of spirit in that match by losing only by 4 legs to 3. But Wolfie did nothing wrong in his first match. But as you can see there, 5 players on 2 points. The only one yet to score is Warby. If he does get the win here, everybody is level on points anyway. It won't be the case in leg difference.
Okay, first leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Good news for Mike is that he has the darts, and more good news is that nobody has lost with the darts today so far.
140.
Tidy start from him. But it wasn't a tidy start to his first match against Shaun Griffiths, it had to be said. It was a bit scrappy, a bit scruffy, but by the
43.
end of that match, he was playing much improved stuff. And he walked away with an 86 average. And that's an impressive average considering how he started.
60.
If he can maintain the standard that we saw from him in the last, say, 3 legs in that match, then he could well find himself in the top 2 of this group.
100.
And that's where you need to be if you want to join Ryan Furness in Saturday night's Phase 5 finals.
180.
Looks like Warby is going to start here as he means to go on. This is very reminiscent of what he did at the end of his last match.
140. Mike, you require 121.
And on paper, this one is the best fixture of the day. Let's face it, they have got the most experience of playing, not just in the Online Darts Live League this year, but in the Live League last year as well.
55.
They've played hundreds of matches. And I hope you've enjoyed them all. Warburton's not going to do anything funky on the finishing like Scott Williams tried in the last match. He's going to be Mr. Traditional. And there's nothing wrong with tradition when you're putting in 14 darters to start your campaign against a former England captain great. Because there you see, treble 10, double 18, job done in 2. Let's move on to leg 2.
Game on. $43.
These guys have played 366 matches this year.
100.
The same number equivalent to a leap year amount of days in a calendar year. Quite staggering.
180.
Second maximum of the match goes the way of Martin. So 366 matches played.
100.
Adams has got 134 wins now, and Warburton's got 81. So that's 215 wins.
180.
Well, Adams has been shown the way to success in that first leg, and he has doubled down on the 180s and is ready to pop here.
60. Martin, you require 98.
This could be much better than a 14 darter. Could be an 11. He's not going to take it in 4 visits, but 5 will suffice.
21.
Even after that somewhat puzzling visit of 21. After being perfect on the treble 20 for 2 straight visits, he comes up with a bag of nails.
137. Martin, you require 70.
Typical tenacity from the man from North Wales. Tops for Adams for 15 darts.
Game shown the second leg.
A little bit of a grunt there from our referee, Owen Binks, who says, game shot. I like to hear that from a referee now and again. Giving it some welly, and that's exactly what Wolfie's done in leg 2.
60.
Mike Warburton, of course, famous from Wrexham, which has been made famous over the last few months because of the local football team being bought by Ryan Reynolds, the famous Hollywood actor.
125.
I wonder how long it's going to be before everybody who plays for Wrexham is dressed as Deadpool. Or if you're talking about something a bit more recent, how about everybody
100.
in the Wrexham team dressing up as Blue Shirt Guy from Free Guy, the new Ryan Reynolds movie?
$100.
I did pitch the idea to our production staff here that maybe it would be good fun on Champions Week finals night to have all the players dressed up in Halloween attire. Because when we clock over at 12 o'clock on Saturday night, it will be Halloween. If Martin Adams is still here at midnight on Saturday, does he turn into a werewolf? You'll have to tune in to find out. Live on Sporty Stuff TV and YouTube internationally. It would be funny if he did.
59.
We'll have to put a clock next to the hockey, and as soon as it goes to 12 o'clock, and if Adams is playing at that time, he'll have to give us one of those famous walk-on awoos.
100. Mike, you require 142.
Wants to leave this very small.
60.
Not small enough
Martin,
for his liking.
106.
Nobody has missed a double in this match so far. Let's find out if that continues.
90.
It's a valuable miss because
82.
Warburton should, I emphasise should, and he does now get 2 at the same bet.
Game shot on the
It's a
third
great
leg.
find from Warburton.
Mike Warburton.
It's a beautiful bullseye. I think the pressure is lifted on an 82 checkout like that when you get the bullseye because you do want 2 shots for the leg.
Fourth leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
So far, the highest winning average of the day belongs to Niall Culleton of 86.31. Room for improvement.
50.
Well, that improvement is being found so far in this match, with Warby averaging 95 and Adams at 94. That is assisted by some good doubling here.
100.
67% for Warby and 50% for Martin. Best doubles performance of the day so far belongs to Scott Williams when he won his first match against Niall Culleton, and getting 57%.
$60.
Don't forget there will be a show on YouTube on Saturday night as well before our Champions Week finals. Myself and Phil Bars will chew the fat
85.
and talk about what has happened in this phase, in this week, and what's happening in the world of darts as well. But one thing we may also touch on is the Online Darts Live League as a
81.
whole in 2021 and what it has done for certain players. Because if you look at some of the players who have succeeded here, they've had very good seasons. Just look at Jim Williams, winner of the Challenge
45.
Tour. He's going to be in the Grand Slam. He's going to be in the World Championship. And he's going to have a 2-year tour card.
$100.
Very reminiscent of what happened last year with Dave Evans and Richie Edhouse, who went on to get a graduation from the Challenge Tour to the Pro Tour. This is now becoming a very important vehicle for success.
Mike, you require 160.
Good line, but the weight of the dart suffers once again.
60.
Doesn't really scare
Martin,
the
you
60
require
there.
96.
51 now after that pull dart low. Now, what a chance this is for Warburton if he can find a 60
64.
to get
Mike,
2
you
darts a
require
double again,
100.
like the last leg. This could be the ideal opportunity to break. And that's exactly what he finds. Double 10 for that break.
80.
Golden opportunity missed.
Martin, you require 32. Game shot on
Double
the fourth
16
leg.
is not missed.
Martin Adams.
But Wolfie really was surviving that leg. He was dicing with leg death there because Warburton should have taken it.
Fifth leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Both averages are around 90 now, which is where you expect these players to be.
100.
I was mightily impressed with the Group A standard this week. Running average for all players over 91.5.
100.
129, 180s. 34 ton plus checkouts in 3 days. They averaged over 10 ton plus checkouts a
60.
day in that group. That's incredible. And the best finish came from Scott Williams of a 167. But I do not want you all to forget what is happening later tonight. I cannot emphasize just how excited I am about this group tonight, which will start from 10 p.m.
140.
And of course it will take place tomorrow as well from the same time. But Connor Scott, who is one of the finds of the year, alongside Ryan Furness, I have to say now, Jim Williams, who I've already spoken
56.
about, and nothing really needs to be said about Robert Thornton, Mark Webster and Richie Burnett, because they've all won massive titles. They've all won PDC titles.
139.
And they're all in the same group tonight. What more could you possibly want for a Thursday night's entertainment? You're going to get games like Webster versus Burnett. They've played World Cup together.
40. Mike, you requires 62.
This one is following a very repetitive pattern. Everything with the throw so far.
30.
And that will remain the case if Warburton takes 32 next time.
$60. Mike, you require
This is where you just want to take it in one and move on. And that's
Aim
exactly
from
what he's done.
leg.
That's really
Mike
tidy
Warburton.
from Mike Warburton. It's very symptomatic of what his average is in this match. 16 darts is around about the 93 to 94 range. And that's pretty much where he is.
Sixth leg, it's Martin to throw first.
Adams has slipped down towards 84. And he now needs to find 2 straight legs to get 2 wins from 2.
30.
But 2 is the number in this group so far. Because if Warburton wins this leg or the next, everybody will have 2 points after 2 matches played.
59.
A lot of you might think, well, why don't you just scrub everything that happened and start again and have a group that is only 8 matches each? We can't do that
60.
because the leg difference has to come into play as well. We currently have Martin Adams on +4. We have Mike Gillet on -2 alongside Shaun Griffiths.
100.
And then -1 for Warby currently, but that is subject to change in this match. And Culleton at +1.
$80.
I think darts fans this year have been treated to a lot of incredible action.
100.
Over the last week, there have been incredible days with the Online Darts Live League. We've had Players' Championships in Barnsley. We've had the Welsh Open and Welsh Classic
60.
in Mike Warburton's backyard. It's a dart player's paradise right now. And there are more tournaments to come.
100.
We've got Champions Week finals this weekend alongside the World Series of Darts finals. And then next week, we will start Phase
68.
6.
Mike, you require 142.
We will announce the players for that on Saturday night as well. Warburton isn't going to get the ton plus checkout. But with Adams on 203, he is in a very nice position here to get his first win of the day. That's a pure shot to leave double four. Maybe he hasn't thrown a better dart all day than that one. So for 6 games, one on the throw,
8.
and 6 players on 2 points, it's double four. And somehow, it has not gone in.
Martin, you require 103.
He is left scratching his head, and I have to say, I am too. Still possible. Only 2 routes left. That's not one of them.
29. Mike, you require 4.
So for everybody to have 2 points, it's double 2. It had to be double 2, surely. How does he hit this one?
Game.
That's how you hit it. What a beautifully weighted dart that was from Mike Warburton. And we have that pattern. We have 6 players on 2 points in the table. And every single game today has been won with the darts. It couldn't possibly be done with all 15 matches, could it? Well, it's a good performance. 87 average from Mike Warburton. And everybody's got 2 points, you see. So, with the slight differences in leg difference, we can't scrub everything. We have to go into leg 7. Oh, game 7, not leg 7. And game number 7 is Niall Culleton up against Mike Gillet. Let's see what happens in that one. Match number 7 as we go into the middle portion of today's Online Darts Live League Group C. And it is round 3, so let's start with Niall up against Mike. It is best of 7 once again. 2 guys who could be considered to be approaching their prime. 37-year-old from Chandler's Ford, not far from the home of a certain Chaz Barstow.
Okay, first leg, it's Niall to throw first. Game on.
Ireland having a very good time of it right now when it comes to darts.
123.
Great to see young Katie Sheldon having a very good women's series over the course of last weekend. I am very excited about her prospects
99.
in future. It is, of course. Many congratulations to Lisa Ashton and to Fallon Sherrick, who has played here at the Online Darts Live League this year.
60.
as she makes her way to the Grand Slam with Lisa. And, of course, they'll both go to the World Championship this year.
97.
As for Hampshire darts, of which Mike is a player,
140.
Hampshire has always been strong. We've seen the likes of Aaron Monk, Colin Monk, and Chaz
97.
Barstow, and others this year. Andy Jenkins, of course, a Hampshire great. He played last week.
138.
Great stuff from Culleton there. Of course, if we're dishing out some congratulations, we should say well done to Connor Scott and to Aaron Monk for making the England team
Niall, you require 40.
in the WDF. Congratulations to them.
On the first
And congratulations go to Niall
Culleton.
Culleton, because he's got 2 consecutive 13 darters. 1 to finish his last match and 1 to start this one.
Second leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
And just when you think Niall is having a slow start, he comes up with a very good 4-1 win
60.
against Shaun Griffiths. And he has started against Mike like a menace.
140. 134.
I mentioned Halloween in the last match, of course, with Martin Adams. And I said that if midnight came on Saturday,
55.
Martin had every license to turn into a werewolf. Well, Cully has also been tagged as a bit of a werewolf because of his rugged looks.
60.
I wonder if he's still going to be playing come midnight on Saturday night. Whoever is
100.
going to be cashing a check. And the amount of money on offer
60.
on Saturday night for the victorious combatants could fund an entire year of play for 2022. That's
55.
how important it could be. You think about Jim Williams winning Phase 3 against Fallon Sherrick and picking up £6,000.
140.
That £6,000 now
151.
is going towards accommodation and travel for his pro career.
97. Mike, you require 47.
This is important. He's going to go 7 for tops. Oh, he's not. He's not going to hit the board. He does eventually. And does find double 16.
Mike Gillet.
So he bucks the trend. You don't see many left-handers going for 15 double 16 or anything to leave double 16. They're usually tops and 10 shooters.
So look, it's Niall to throw first. Game on. 140.
It's fascinating because I've watched a lot of left-handers over the course of my career, and pretty much all of them prefer tops over double 16.
180.
And maybe Gillet is just a little different, and there's nothing wrong with that.
140.
Especially when you're hitting double 16. He is definitely playing faster now than he did in match 1.
140.
There is a rhythm about what he's doing now, whereas before there wasn't.
81.
And it's a rhythm that Niall can work with because he prefers to play in fast matches. You can sense that.
100. Now we
Great scoring leg.
140.
After 9 darts, he is handily placed and is going to get a look at that 81.
100. Mike, you require 81.
Got to be 12. Got to be a 12. He was going for the single. He didn't
41.
fiddle around with the
Now we
treble. It was
require
just a
40.
really poor shot.
Game
A
shot
shot that he was punished for.
Niall
And
Culleton.
fair play to Niall Culleton, because when he's throwing first, he really is scoring well. And he did dodge a bullet there with the missed single from his opponent.
First. Game on.
So back to 501, and he's got to find what he did
60.
in the last leg once again to protect his own throw.
$44.
I don't have a record of these two meeting before.
140.
But then again, they have been swimming in different pools. They've been mixing in different circles. Sometimes you need something like this to bring
100.
two players together from different locations.
$60.
There's a really interesting stat last week between Damon Hetter and Gigi Mathers, who has done some work with us here this year.
85.
They'd only played each other in a pro match once, but they'd played each other in Australia many, many times. So when you're in the right circles, you can play someone multitudes of times. Like we've seen with Culleton and Adams, who've played each other 8 times before.
140.
But these two have never mixed, which is interesting. What a chance this is now for Culleton.
32.
25 or bull. Neither. That scuppers that.
54. Mike require 41.
He did brilliantly to leave this 41. So it's going to be double 16 for the lefty.
Game shot on the 4 flag.
Really well done.
Mike
and he's hitting that double 16 in this match, as well as James Wade hits double 10. Usually it's 2-2. And that, of course, sees us going to a best of 3 scenario.
Flag, it's Niall to throw first.
That possibility of seeing someone lose a match
140.
having the darts is a real possibility now. But Gillet has to break at some point. Niall does not.
41.
Well, that's a bit of a deflection.
29.
Look at the angle of that dart. How is it still in the board? It doesn't rival maybe the best deflection of 2021, where Johnny Clayton was going for a 180 and inadvertently hit a 54.
135.
But Culleton has not let it worry him. Comes straight back to the board, gets himself 2 big trebles and a small one.
100.
And has got himself a small advantage and still retains the throw here.
99.
Rhythm looks so good. If you're coming into a Champions Week, you've obviously played well at some point in the last month.
85. Now we require 98.
But Culleton's had a fair break since he was last here. Tops.
Game
Interesting route for 98 because it is a 2-darter, but he treated it as a 3-darter. He wanted to leave tops. He wanted to stay clear of double 19, and it proved to be the right play at that point. And he still hasn't missed a double in this match.
100.
This is shaping up to be the best performance of the day so far.
81.
He hasn't had any maximums yet. In fact, Mike Gillet has got the only one.
60.
So if you've had a little flutter on King of the Ocky right now, what you need is Culleton to hit a maximum.
121.
In fact, he needs 2. He's not going to get 2. Because King of the Ocky, remember, is winner of the match highest
100.
finish and most 180s. That is not going to take place now, because all he can do is equalise
125.
if he wins this leg. Now in soft tip darts you can finish a 174
140.
with 2 treble 20s and a treble 18, but this is not soft tip darts. This is where you have to finish on a double. Trebles don't
94.
count as a finishing segment. 57 for double 12. Not found. So Culleton, who is 3 from 3 on doubles,
80.
if he gets one more shot, it's got to be 25 ball. Oh, well, how does he hit this? That's how you hit it. What a shot. That is from Niall Culleton. And with those flat trajectory darts, I'm thinking to myself, surely he can't see enough of that bullseye. But he proved me very wrong. Didn't even hesitate. And that is a perfect performance on the outer ring. You can see the 100% checkered percentage for both players. Incredible. 6 legs of darts, and you didn't see one missed dart at a double. You don't see that very often, but it is the Irishman who goes top of the table, the first man to get to 4 points. Follow that, will you, Shaun Griffiths and Martin Adams? Up you go. The hockey is waiting. What a fascinating match that last one was, with complete perfection with finishing. Well done, guys. But over to Shaun and Martin now as they play the middle match of today's schedule. I'll be really interested to see who wins this one. Who's got the darts? It's Shaun. I never really pay much attention to who's got the darts in the matches now, but it is very appropriate. How long can this streak go on? 7 matches, 7 wins with the throw. This group, for me, is not going to be dominated. And if I'm wrong by this time tomorrow, you're more than welcome to tweet me and say, ha ha. But I think this one is going to the wire tomorrow. This is the middle match today. It will be the middle match tomorrow.
Okay, first leg, it's Shaun to throw first. Game on.
So let's see who is going to join Niall Culleton on 4 points.
$58.
The interesting dynamic of this one is that Shaun Griffiths has played at England youth level, and when he did, he was regarded as the biggest and baddest youth player on the planet. And when he was playing youth darts for England, Martin, of course, was playing senior darts for England.
60.
But since then, they've run in very different circles. Martin has maintained his amateur status.
180.
You don't have to wait long for the first maximum, as Martin is looking to bounce back after losing to Mike Warburton by 4 legs to 2. But even though they have
60.
been in similar circles at some point in their lives, they've never met. That has changed today.
60.
I'll have to do some research on Saturday morning when I've got some time, because I would be really intrigued to find out how many people Martin Adams has played in his career.
161.
Of all of the people that we can find, anyway, a lot of the matches will have been lost, but that will be something to collate. How many opponents has Martin Adams had in his career?
45.
Griffiths really suffered
46.
on his scoring in his last match against our table topper Niall. His average plummeted to around 79. Adams is looking to respond.
96.
Misses tops to take the first
137.
leg. Griffiths can get a bit fiddly here. He could go 57 first, but chooses not to. Nice leave of tops in case Martin does have problems
20.
on the outer ring, but you would expect a break of throw here. Great guide.
10.
Not able to use it.
You require 40.
I am surprised. I'm surprised that Shaun is back in this leg. Double 10 for him.
Game shot.
And I'm surprised to see him holding 21 darts. Well, I'm surprised. He may be surprised himself, but he'll be very, very gleeful that he is 1-0 up.
Second leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
I was at the launch of this dartboard yesterday at Winmore HQ.
95.
And it's been bugging me for about 24 hours now as to what the new numbering system on the outside reminds me of. And I've just thought of it. It reminds me of the molten material from a T-1000 in Terminator 2. And everybody who knows me and my commentary style knows that I like to compare things to movies.
24.
If you were to compare these players to movie characters, who would they be? And if you're watching from home today via your smart
60.
device or indeed your big smart TV on the wall, why don't you grab your other smart device and tweet us at Darts Live League? You can indeed tweet myself at the Asset 180 as well.
100.
What movie character would you associate with Martin Adams? There's an interesting question for you.
180.
That is perfection from Shaun, who finds his first 180 of the match right there to equalise the 180 stats in this game.
100.
He's got a real opportunity of a 2-0 lead here.
81.
It's not bad. He has a choice to make when he returns. Previously in the day, when he was on something like this, he went 25 first. I do believe that he will go the same route.
Shaun, you require 95.
Well, how wrong was I? That is ultra traditional.
55.
For someone who was under the age of 30 going those traditional routes, I am flabbergasted. It's going to be 60 here for Martin. He doesn't do double doubles. But it's just the one double
33.
that Shaun requires for a 2-0 lead to magnify his position after holding in leg one.
Game
he is
shot
now
was second
2-0 up
leg.
against Martin
Shaun
Adams, who
Griffiths.
continues to struggle on the approach shots and sometimes is just having maybe one or two bad visits.
Third leg, it's Shaun to throw first. Game on.
Griffiths now proving that you don't have to win a week. You don't even have to make the
60.
final of a qualifying week to get here. He was third in week 3. And that was just good enough to get here, to give himself the opportunity of picking up the big prize.
121.
A rematch with Robert Thornton, who he
81.
beat in the final in week 3. And he will also be up against Richie Burnett, his former World Cup teammate. He'll have a crack at Connor Scott. And Jim
60.
Williams will join the pack as well. I am so excited for tonight. I'd even go so far to say
100.
that tonight's group, which of course will be played tonight and tomorrow night, I think it is the most impressive group we've had all year.
140.
That's a very impressive visit to get to the finish first again. How small can Martin get this number? He's going to go treble 13 here. Oh, he's not this time.
129.
He does take the 9 off.
Shaun, you require 146.
Surely Shaun has got to go south here. Stay there.
96.
Not a bad effort.
Martin, you require 70.
If Martin slips up one more time, Shaun could possibly have a 3-0 lead. Double 4.
Game Shaun,
That is
the
a beautiful
third
thing,
leg.
because
Martin
if
Adams.
he doesn't hit that, surely Shaun Griffiths pounces for a 3-0 lead, and there may be no way back from there. But at 2-1, he's still got every
Martin
chance.
to throw first. Game on.
Look how aggressive that third dart was. He gave that dart no option but to be a treble 20. Same for Shaun Griffiths. Look at the ferocity of that throw. Keep it coming, lads. Keep it coming.
123.
Somebody was bound to miss.
One
thing that these guys do share technique-wise is a little bit of a bounce before they propel their dart forward. There you see that micro prod of Martin Adams.
135.
It's been a feature of his game since the 90s. But there you see the definitive bounce at the top of the throw for Shaun. It's a bit more pronounced.
57. Martin, you require 63.
That's always been there. And Adams could be level. And is level with a 12 darter. That's a great leg from Martin Adams, because he's been in trouble in this match since the very beginning. And now he has turned things around.
Fifth leg,
But he still has to break Shaun if he wants to win this match. And we haven't seen anybody win a match today where they haven't thrown first.
59.
It's a battle of the W's. Looking for the W next, as Williams battles Warburton for the win.
60.
When I'm saying things like that, you know I've been hanging out with Chris Murphy, the man of many darting puns.
80. $40.
This is the first time, of course, in Phase 5 that we haven't had Chaz Barstow in Champions Week.
140.
That streak has come to an end. But Richie Burnett always seems to be at the thick end of things, doesn't he?
140.
He returns tonight. And I wonder how many pirouettes and scorpion kicks we'll get from him tonight. He finished second in Group A this week with 18 points.
58.
And he was top of the 180 charts with Scott Williams on 25. So he's obviously on form. Fair play to Griffiths here, who's got to the finish first again.
100.
He has company now.
164.
But from this position, Shaun should win the leg. Could he win it with a biggie?
133.
That's a bit awkward when he returns. Sorry, if he returns. That
81.
turned into when.
Shaun required 31.
But this is where you've got to be smart. He might go 7 for double 12 here.
19.
And it doesn't work out on this occasion, and
Martin,
Adams
you
has a
require
great
80.
opportunity to break the throw. To book the trend of the day, he needs double 10. 2 5s.
70.
What a golden
Shaun, you
opportunity
require
that was.
12.
And this is very reminiscent of the first leg of the contest. With Shaun surviving
Game
and
shot
getting the
fifth
second
leg.
bite at the cherry.
Shaun Griffiths.
He's now 3-2 up. I don't think that Shaun Griffiths has been the best player in this match. He's had the best positions, and he has
Sick
been
leg,
able
it's
to
Martin
use them.
to throw first. Game on.
The averages do reflect that, because Shaun's average of 85 is dwarfed by Martin's 90.
$140.
But it's a classic situation that has been called wading over the last few years. Having the inferior average but still getting the win. Shaun would be happy with that. I think if you offered Griffiths this morning 2 wins from his first 3 matches, he would have said,
45.
after a little period of thinking, yeah, I think I'll take that. Because there are many worse situations than that to have going into the second half of play on Thursday.
46.
His remaining matches are against Scott Williams and Mike Gillet. So you would assume, in his own mind, that he would say
140.
the toughest reputable players are out of the way for the day in Warburton and Adams. And Culleton as well.
60.
But you sense that this one is going to the wire. And there's only been 1 match today, which has involved all 7 legs.
45.
And that was won by Shaun Griffiths over Warburton. So he may have to do it all over again.
84. Martin, you require 131.
He's going the Taylor route. 39 for 32. And it won him a world championship back
74.
in 2010. Boy, does that seem like a long time ago. That was against Simon Whitlock.
100. Martin, you require 57.
Adams doesn't want to miss this. He doesn't want to give Shaun an opportunity to win the match.
37.
But he does.
Shaun, you require 125.
The perfect dart here for Griffiths is top half of the bull. That's okay. 60 tops for the match.
85.
Oh, great try
Martin,
from
you
Shaun
require
to win it.
20.
But he may have to go back another 461 points if Martin finds double 5. And he doesn't have to, because he now has the destiny
60.
of the points in his own hands.
Shaun, you require 40.
After Martin has missed more shots to survive. Griffiths wins because he was better at the doubles in that last leg. You couldn't really tell the difference between the two of them over the course of the 6 legs played, but that stretch continues, which I'll talk about in a second. Griffiths with the inferior average, but the better checkout percentage. That is what won him the match. So 8 matches down, 8 matches won with the darts, and we go into match 9 thinking, does this continue? Because Scott Williams and Warburton are coming next. This tight group will continue right now, as it is all about the W's right here. It's all about the wins all the time, but it is Williams against Warburton for the win in this one. So let's go down to the board. A tightly packed group where everybody is dipping their bread. I'll be fascinated to see if it's Williams or Warburton that join Griffiths and Culleton on 4 points.
Okay, first leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
At the conclusion of this match, which will be the end of round 3 for Thursday in Group
41.
C, this group couldn't be tighter. In fact, there's only one scenario really where it could be tighter, and that's if every match was the same result.
60.
Let's say everything was 4-3 and the leg difference was a bit tighter. Well, that's a bit too much to wish for. But
59.
sharing the points out in this group, it's very, very even. Nobody is dominating.
125.
And I see this continuing all the way through to tomorrow afternoon. I don't see Williams dominating. I don't see Warburton dominating.
60.
I don't see any of the others dominating. I think the points are going to be shared around, and then 2 people will be fortunate enough to go through, maybe with better leg difference than another couple of other players.
100.
Of course, there is another possibility that 1 or 2 players might just think, I've had enough of this. Let's just go.
100.
And there are players who are capable of that. One of them is Mike. He has put in spurts before of putting 2, 3, 4 wins together and then being out of sight.
100.
We know that Williams can do that because he won week 4 with some excellent darts.
43.
So far today, it's been a bit scruffy from him.
16.
He started all right. But against Mike Gillet, it was a bit off. This looks very on.
76.
It's almost very in.
$43. Mike, you require 40.
This is where you just want to polish it off, take the break of throw and move on. Double 10. Doesn't want to be missing doubles at the start of a match. And he doesn't want to be doing that.
35.
That angers a dart player.
Scott, you
to
require
be sat on
155.
when you were on 40 at the start of your previous visit. That really does annoy you.
139.
And that's even more
Mike, you
annoying.
require 5.
If you're Mike anyway. Double 2 after that perfectly central single.
Game shot on the
And
first
that is
leg.
how you clear
Mike
up 5
Warburton.
points. It's not something that you practice, but it's something that I really do go to bat for. Those shots are really, really important to practice.
Second leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
What do you get if you hit a 170 checkout? You get a leg. What do you get for a 5 checkout? Exactly the same.
140.
But nobody practices finishes like 31, like we saw in the last leg with Shaun Griffiths. Nobody practices that.
140.
Nobody practices 5 or 7 or 9. They're the forgotten checkouts. They're the lonely checkouts at the back of the cupboard
100.
with the Chinese 5 spice and that fancy salt that you bought about 2 years ago. Don't forget about them because you never know when you'll need
94.
them. They have played each other on a couple of occasions. It was a couple of months ago.
100.
Mike Warburton won by 4 legs to 1 on the 26th of August. And the very next day, Williams got his revenge
100.
by winning
Mike
by
require
4 legs to 2.
161.
They were good games. Averages around the 90 mark for both winners.
92.
And Warburton
Scott, you
is
require 167.
the aggressor in this one. He's the one getting positions a little bit sooner than Scott.
91. Mike, you require 69.
One darted double is all he can find. Can he use it?
49.
Not on this occasion.
For Scott's last score, I called 91. You'll find it.
Small correction to Scott's score. I think he knows what he wants to go for as he gives
Scott, you
us a
require
second
76.
little jig of the day. Now he needs 73. He's probably hoping that he had 38.
36. Mike, you require 20.
Warburton for a 2-0 lead.
Game
And
shot on
could
the
he
second
be
leg.
the one? Could
Mike
he be
Warburton.
the man to stop this crazy streak of 8 consecutive matches won with the darts? He's got a 2-0 lead.
So I get Scott to throw first.
At this point, you'd have to say that it's more
39.
likely that Warburton wins than Scott Williams does. I have got to find out where he gets his socks.
140.
If you think that's a new concept for dart players having funky socks, think again.
95.
And if you're tuning in today for a few little tidbits from the asset, well, sit back and I will tell you a tale. Because Ted Everts on tour loves a nice funky pair of socks.
60.
He likes to wear socks that are very reminiscent of the country he's playing in. He has been known to wear socks with food on them. I myself am a big fan of
60.
funky socks. In fact, today I've got pizzas on mine. But this is the best one when it comes to socks. Peter Wright once told me, because I bought him a pair of funky socks for his birthday.
100.
He said, "Oh, I'm glad you bought me 3 pairs because I wear odd socks all the time." And I said, "You're kidding me." There you go. Nothing odd about that.
180.
But Snakebite wears odd socks all the time. At least that's what he told me anyway.
100. Scott, you require 127.
Warburton answers with a great score of his own. But it's the bull.
102.
Oh, that was close.
Mike, you
It was
require
a really pure
101.
shot. But just misses the target. What does he want? Where does he want it?
69.
Started to sound like a
Scott, you
protester there,
require
didn't I?
25.
I wouldn't have protested a 101 checkout. Well, there's a different one for 25.
19.
How often do you see people going
Mike,
13
you
double
require
six?
32.
I see a lot of logic in that.
Game
There's
show
more
the
logic
third
in that, though,
leg.
because that's
Mike
2 breaks of
Warburton.
throw now for Warburton, and he now only needs 1 leg from a possible 4 to get the first break of a game today.
Fourth leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
This has been a good performance. Solid is the overused word on the PGA Tour by most American golfers.
100.
I can't escape the fact that this has been very solid. 86 average, 33% on doubles.
60.
It's pretty competent. It drives me mad when I listen to golf interviews stateside and they can't help but say, solid.
137.
Think of another word to describe how you played today. Well, if we were to go up to Mike Warburton and he wins this 4-0, if he says solid,
100.
I'll put my head in my hands. I think a more apt word for Warby would be tidy.
99.
He doesn't care about leaving the bogey number. He is banking on having 6 darts on 165, of which he has 6
60.
darts. And if he does win by 4 legs to 0, he will go to the top of the table. He will have 4 points, and he will have a leg difference of +5, which is better
95.
than Niall Culleton right now at +3. This has been a brilliant display.
83.
We've waited all day for someone
Mike, you require 70.
to win a game without the darts. Could it be a 4-0? It should be. Double 16.
38.
There was a little clip of the wire in there. But he will return to get the job done. The average is over 90. Solid doubles. I said it
58.
again.
Mike, you require
Solid.
32.
That
Game
is
shot down
really,
the
really
match.
competent from
Mike
Warburton,
Warburton.
who goes to the top of the table, and he joins 2 other players on 4 points atop that table, but on leg difference. He is the man. 88.41. That signals that he had 17 darts per leg on average to finish off Scott Williams by 4 legs to 0. Just a very, very nice display. A lot to cheer about. Mike Gillet and Shaun Griffiths will come back to the hockey in the next couple of minutes to bolster their challenge to get towards the top 2. fascinating game coming up now as we approach the last third of our play for Thursday. We're not quite there yet, but after the match that we are about to see is completed, we will be into the last 5. It couldn't be closer, but as you can see, in leg difference, Mike Warburton now goes to the top. We will see him again next against Culleton in a top of the table clash. But before that happens, let's see what happens with these two, because Griffiths could go top on his own on points before that even happens.
Okay, first leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
I've talked a lot this morning about how things haven't really changed in the world of Shaun Griffiths.
60.
His throw hasn't changed, his darts haven't changed. And there's another thing I've just noticed that hasn't changed. That pronounced handshake. It's almost formal. I almost really like it. Because in an age
180.
that is dominated by fist pumps and that horrendous elbow thing that was created in 2020, it's nice to see
100.
a really formal handshake between two gentlemen. Once again, Griffiths starts strong. That's exactly what he did earlier on in match 2 in beating the current table topper Mike Warburton. He slipped up
45
against Niall after that. So is that a sign that it's going to be between Shaun, Culleton and Warburton for the top 2 spots in the group? Or are the other players going to throw a little bit more spice into the mix? What I usually say about Group A is that you have to get a nice foundation on a Monday, you have to make your move
60
on a Tuesday.
Shaun, you require 160.
And then execute the plan on a Wednesday. Well, this is no Craig David song. This is just about Thursday and Friday.
96.
Thursday is about being in contention going into Friday, and then Friday putting your foot down and getting the job done. So far, Griffith's plan
60
is a good one.
Shaun, you require 64.
Another there would be very handy.
Game.
And that
Shaun,
is a
the first
tidy
leg.
64 out.
Shaun Griffiths.
To get himself a nice 1-0 lead. He's going to retrieve those darts fairly slowly. He's got a few seconds before he starts the next leg. But his confidence is growing.
To throw first. Game on.
And you just wonder, after double heartbreak a decade ago, when he was in the youth ranks,
44.
what is the next chapter for Shaun? He's 29 years of age now, and he's seen other players come through from his generation, and they've done better than he has.
140.
I'm talking about Ricky Evans, Michael Smith, Michael Van Gerwen. He's almost been left behind in the last decade.
140.
He does have Pro Tour experience. He was on tour for a good 2 or 3 years under the tutelage of Alan Warren a Little. And he did, of course, get a lot of advice from the great John Gwynn as well, who is currently going through cancer treatment. And if anybody is in touch with John, or indeed if John is watching today, we send all of our best wishes to the great Gwynny.
97.
Can you imagine the enthusiasm of a Gwynny doing this today? He would love to commentate on Shaun.
140.
And how many stories would he have about darts in the Manchester area? .140 min here.
100.
Doesn't get
Mike,
there.
you require 81.
He'll be hoping for a shot at the 120. Depends on what Mike does here. Bullseye.
Game show on the
Beautifully
second
done.
leg.
And
Mike
if
Gillet.
there is a segment on this board that he should like, it is that bullseye, because he has an abundance of soft tip
Gillet gets Mike
experience
to throw first.
where they use the bullseye a lot more than they do in steel tips. Sorry. Mike, who has played for Team UK
45.
in the soft tip Darts World Cup. You saw a graphic at the start of this match where he was wearing a UK branded shirt. I've got one of those myself. I am very, very proud of it. Where we made the semi-finals in Hong Kong with my team, Andy Jenkins, Adrian Gray, our captain, and our lady player, Fallon Sherrick.
59.
Don't assume that everything to do with darts is on a Sizewell board like this. If you haven't tried soft tip and you're
59.
thinking, oh, it's just computerized darts, give it a try. Just see what it's like and see what you think of it. You take a seasoned veteran like Andy Jenkins, who mocked soft tip darts for years, saying it was just toy
45.
darts. Gave him the right equipment, and then he went and played. He was hooked.
$58.
I just love the game of darts. I think that's pretty evident. Whether it's steel tip, soft tip, magnetic darts. The kind of board you would give a kid for Christmas. I just love this sport.
60.
It's been incredibly inclusive for the last 40 to 50 years. And we're about to go into the best time of year for dart players. And this is the best time of the month for the Online Darts Live League players. Because if you're still in, you've still got a chance of banking £6,000.
100. Shaun, you require 110.
Are we possibly looking at 3 consecutive breaks of throw? Double 16. And that's exactly what we get with a ton plus checkout from Shaun Griffiths, because now he gets a second opportunity to consolidate the break of throw. And if he gets it in leg 4, it will give him a 2-leg cushion.
Game on. $59.
You might ask what these players want for Christmas. I'm sure they would all have very different answers. Whether it's something to do with their game or whether it's personal.
125.
I think they wouldn't mind
60.
a crack at the £6,000 at the end of this week, and maybe another crack at another 6,000 before Christmas in phase 6.
100.
Funnily enough, coming into this group, Shaun is the least experienced player, having played only 24 matches before today. And he has never played in this room any of his opponents in this group before. So this is all new to him. Maybe the room isn't, but all of the opponents are. That will not be the case for our group tonight. They've got a lot of experience against each other.
180.
But it's Griffiths who doubles down on his 180s in this match, and his average improves to 96.
60.
That consolidation that he
Shaun,
craved
62.
after breaking in leg 3 is very close. In fact, his average has climbed just above 100 Double 16 again. And
Game shot number 4
combinations
flag.
with double
Shaun
16 on the
Griffiths.
end are starting to become a lot easier for him. Look at this. Focus. Great technique.
It's Mike to throw first.
And very
Game on.
close to 2 more points to get to the top. And that would leave Gillet on 2 points.
60.
And he could be left at the bottom of the table by the end of this round. He is currently on 2
80.
points and -4, which is exactly the same position as Scott Williams. But if Gillet suffers defeat here, his position will decrease.
140.
There's another name, based on what I was saying in the last leg. People that have passed Shaun
100.
by. Think about someone like Joe Cullen, who was definitely amongst the youth ranks when Shaun was doing bits, as
140.
were players like Jamie Lewis, who has played here this year. He's gone on to make a semi-final of a World Championship. Joe Cullen's gone on to win 2 European Tour events and a bucket full of Players' Championship events as well. He's the #1 seed currently for Players' Championships.
135. Mike, you require 161.
So if Shaun wants to get himself in that kind of company again, he's got a lot of work ahead of him.
97.
But confidence is built game by game, win by win. And if he keeps winning, his confidence will grow.
60.
That's not enough for me.
64.
You would think that Gillet is going to take this. Can he take 64?
48.
Well, Shaun couldn't get himself under 100, but this is still
126.
very doable. 419s in bull for 2 points. Can't get the requisite 419s.
58.
So Gillet
Mike, you
should
require
get
16.
within 1. Should be a good guide, that one.
No score.
I think he was just trying to be too precise
Shaun, you require 68.
instead of staying in rhythm. You can see his frustration. What are we going to see from Shaun, who leaves double top this time?
48.
And I'm amazed by that, because on the combinations and double
requires
16, he's been perfect in this match. In fact, that's the first time he's missed a double in this entire game.
Game
And
shot
it has
the
cost
fifth
him the leg. So
Mike
Gillet stays alive in this match, but he does so with an average about 15 less than his opponent.
Sig leg, it's Shaun to throw first.
We have seen some quite incredible doubling today.
100.
That Gillet match against Culleton was head-spinning. And we have seen better matches than that, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to oversell it.
60.
But I can't remember the last time I saw a match where both players were 100% on doubles. I can rack my brain and I can say that Callan Ridds against Peter Wright in Gibraltar last month.
60.
He was 6 for 6 in a stage match. That was amazing. I remember the same from Michael Smith in Graz 3 years ago.
134.
But both players getting 100%? I don't think I've ever seen that. Now, of course, those types of statistics are magnified
100.
by this being a short format of best of 7. The longer the format, the harder it is.
140.
We still have to hit them. Griffiths does not want to go to a last leg decider. This is a very similar position to what he had against Martin Adams in match 8.
Mike, you require 160.
He survived match-saving darts from Wolfie in leg 6 and then ended up taking it 4-2.
60.
Is this going to happen
Shaun,
here?
you require 141.
Or will he just take care of it now? Could be now. It's not going to be right now. Just don't hit the 60. Is that me being negative? He was thinking something else as well.
Mike, you require
He was making sure that he
107.
didn't bust that shot. Because look at Mike's position. This is not a shoe-in. This is not a gimme. Shaun was making sure that he had a small number. And I love the play he made.
41. Shaun, you require
He was going for the treble 12 to leave double 12. But now he gives himself 2 more shots to win the match instead of going all the way back. Double 16. Didn't miss it the whole match. So he wins by 4 legs to 2. It's a great display of darting from the man from Manchester once again. But look at this. When he leaves double 16, he hits it. So why, in the leg that he lost previously, why did he go for 8 and tops? Maybe he missed the single. But it's a good display from Shaun. Average of nearly 95. 80% on the checkouts. A really big confidence boost for him as he goes into his final match a little bit later on. Mike Warburton and Niall Culleton are about to grace us with their presence once again, and they're both having decent days. Shaun Griffiths was the king of the hockey in that last match, so congratulations if you had a little bit of a flutter on that one. But king of the hockey in the table is indeed Shaun Griffiths as well, because he's the first person to 6 points in the table, as you can see there, but he has 2 challengers on his tail. And if either person wins this match, it doesn't matter by which margin, they will then revert to the top once again.
Okay, first leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
That whole thing about having the advantage of throw at the start is now out the window, because we had 8 matches where the person throwing first won the match.
60.
The next 2 have been won by the person who does not throw first. So that streak is definitively extinguished.
140.
Warburton, when he was last with us, won by 4 legs to 0 against Scott Williams. Oh, how he would crave another one of those. There's never a bad time to win 4-0.
$29.
Had a few tweets over the last couple of hours about certain topics.
180.
How about a tweet about that one? That leaves 165, which he's not going to take, of course.
59.
But most of the time, there's never a bad time for a 180. Ask Dirk van Dijvenbode. He got a 180 once. And what was he doing there? Did he know that he had 165? That really did make me rock back in my chair. That was either a
85.
really poor
Mike,
five,
you require 40.
or he didn't realise what he had left. It won't matter.
Game shot
And
on
it
the first
doesn't,
leg.
because that's a
Mike
14
Warburton.
darter that I will probably never forget. His eyes didn't move. I thought he was going to hit another 180 and bust the 165, but he wins the leg.
Niall to throw first. Game on.
Had some really good tweets about Martin Adams and
60.
some sort of werewolf references for Halloween coming up on Saturday. You could, of course, have Wolfie as the Wolverine, which is a great, great tweet
100.
from Scoop45. So thanks for getting in touch, Scoop. I've also had a tweet from Matt about
30.
how they determine who throws first. It is evenly shared over the course of the group, Matt. So you'll have 5 games each where you will have the advantage of throw. So there's no bull off
140.
in these group matches until we get to the very final stages on Saturday, where we have to have a bullseye shoot off because the group games are gone and it's all about knockout at that point.
12.
Sean Trafford's also got in touch just to set me straight, and I love it when people do that, because if I get something wrong, I want to be told. Apparently Scott Williams wears
100.
yellow socks because of his son, who's called Buzz. As in Buzzy B.
139.
Apparently
Mike, you reckon why 161?
Scott Williams is a Newcastle fan as well, so I think he and I have got some stuff to talk about.
$90.
Great stuff from Warby. He is looking very assured at this stage of the day. And make no mistake, Niall Culleton is a very, very tough opponent right now.
100. Mike,
He's
you
played some
require
good stuff today.
71.
Maybe with the exception of his first match against Scott Williams. Double top.
Game
And
shot on the
Warburton is
second
doing
leg.
Warby
Mike
things.
Warburton.
When he gets his range on the outer ring, there aren't many better players outside the top 128 in the world who can do that.
It's Mike to throw first. Game on.
He has won some very good events on the circuit. He's won in the Isle of Man. He's won the Welsh Open, of course. And that was the
100.
tournament that announced him. He was known as a very good local player in the Wrexham area. Very well known to Mark Webster.
140.
But when he won that Welsh Open and beating Andy Hamilton in the final, people thought, hang on a minute, who's this guy? And we've known more about him ever since.
60. $140.
Culleton is coming back here after starting this one pretty slowly, averaging around 79, but Warburton's up
96.
in the averages by about 20 more than that. And we know that Warburton can possibly add another 20 on top of
100.
that. The scary thing is, when he registered that average of 115.62 back in
100.
week 1
Now
of
we
this
require
phase,
121.
it could have been so much better. It could have been over 122.
38.
So what does that tell you about
Mike, you
the
require
level that Mike
145.
can achieve? Can he find a 145? Well, he found the 5.
85.
And he finds 80 more.
Niall,
So
you
put
require
huge pressure on this
83.
83 for Niall. And if it doesn't go, you fancy Warby is going to be in for the kill.
66 left, yeah.
He's got the bull.
Game
And he
shot on
has
the
got
third
the bull.
leg.
Oh,
Niall
that
Culleton.
is such a big dart. Because if he wants to win this match, I feel he needed that. I don't think Warburton was going to miss that 60 for a 3-0 lead. So well done, Niall.
Fourth leg, it's Niall to throw first. Game on.
He does have the game where it should be, you could say it. Everything's on throw to this point.
180.
How pretty was that 180? Extremely pretty.
81.
And just check out these stems. It's almost as if they've been on a diet. Now the width of the dart,
30.
that's a standard thing. When you screw those stems in, that's a standard width. It'd be the same as the width of the stems for Mike Warburton
96.
towards the join of the barrel. But look at the somewhat diet nature of the middle portion of these stems. It's as if his stems are
100.
wearing a corset. Nobody wears corsets anymore. People value their ribs too much.
135.
But who's going to be feeling the squeeze over the next leg and a bit?
43.
That one was not good. It has to be said. Niall will be devastated with that switch. And look at the pointing at the head. That confirms what he feels. Downstairs has got to be used here.
59.
Because you'd much rather have 130 than 129, believe me. Well, that's 16 to leave 132. That did not go to plan, and that's left him on an awful number. He would have been better off if that dart had fallen on the floor. Well, Warburton is not going to punish him, but what I was saying about the dart being on the floor is that you'd rather have a 132 than 131.
80.
At least you've got the luxury of going for the bullseye in 25. He doesn't have that option here. Treble 18.
57.
Should have been treble 18.
Mike, you require 50.
It shouldn't matter because double 16 for Warby for 3-1 to win a scruffy leg.
34.
He misses the opportunity to do so in 18 darts.
You require 74.
Great shot. What a guide.
42.
Oh, and you hear the audible sound of Culleton
16.
showing frustration. He knows that the leg is probably over now. It might not be.
14.
And double 2 does not save Warby this time, and he's unable to break Culleton in 7 visits.
Niall, you require 32.
That magnifies just how scruffy this leg has been, especially when Warburton through this match has averaged around 99, and that's now come down to 89.
Game on the
And
fourth
Niall
leg.
wins a scruffy one,
Niall
so we are
Culleton.
all level after 4. What an interesting leg that was. Can Warburton respond? Because he's throwing first next.
Fifth leg, it's Mike to throw first.
The ability to forget.
60.
One of the greatest assets of a dart player. Because if you're constantly thinking about, oh, I missed double 4 and double 2 and double 8 and double 16,
96.
you're not fully focused on what you're doing now. And it's easy for me to sit here and say that. I have been there. I have lost legs like that. And it infects you.
140.
But if you can move on and win the next leg and consequently win a match after losing a leg like that,
100.
that says something about you. That shows that you have resilience. And you can't have resilience without
100.
patience. It's impossible. It's something I've been reading a lot about lately. Patience builds resilience.
85.
If there's one thing that I know Mike has, that is resilience. So, by that token,
99.
he has patience in abundance. The amount of times I've seen him dig himself out of a hole in a match like this.
60.
The amount of times
Mike,
he has failed to do something, but then he gets back on the horse after the smallest piece of adversity and figures something out. And he's doing it right here.
82. Now you require 160.
This would be a game-changing shot. Leaves him on the same shot as Mike currently has. It's still advantage Warburton. And it is advantage Warburton with a 17 darter to hold the throw. He defies the ability of having a shot at double in that leg, and that was very good from Warburton.
Safe leg, it's Niall to throw first. Game on.
Essentially, that's what you got to do. Don't give your opponent a shot.
100.
But there's no defense in this game. So how do you do that? You have to get it before they do.
134.
There are many schools of thought about whether you're playing the board or playing the player, or whether it's a mix of two. I think it's a mix of the two. But Mike's only thought now is get the one leg I need as soon as possible. There's only 2 legs left in this match, maximum. Get it now. And don't stress about leg 7. Weirdly, we've only been to the very last leg of a contest once today. In match number 2, which Warburton lost by 4 legs to 3 against Shaun Griffiths. I had to remind myself of that by looking at my results for the day. It feels as though we've had more one-leg shootouts. But we've only had the one. Are we going to get another?
140.
The lips are pursed. Joker style.
100. Now we require 140.
And he's sitting on a checkout that he's already hit today. He hit that against Adams. And he's going to get a look at it. And it will finish off Culleton and put Warburton back at the top of the table
82.
above Shaun Griffiths, who defeated him earlier. The only person to defeat him so far. Tops.
42.
That one was thrown very well.
Now we require 97.
It moved the wire. Double top. And
77.
Culleton is on the other side. He doesn't move the chains, as they say in American football. But Warburton scores a touchdown with a 4-2 win to take himself to the top of the table. He is doing very good stuff with a steady performance of around 90 in the average and 31% on his doubles. He is now the person on 6 points and has the most superior leg difference. But we have 2 players on 6 points now. We aren't going to get another in the next match, but the challenge of Adams and Williams has got to start here. One of these next players is about to complete their 4th game of 5 today. In fact, both of them will, but one of them can only get to 4 points within 2 of the 2 players at the top on 6 points. So let's get down to the board. There you can see Williams and Adams on 2 points. And after round number 4 today, we'll have 2 on 6, 2 on 4, and 2 on 2. So a very symmetrical look to this table.
Okay, first leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Big shout out to our referee today, Owen Binks, who has done a fabulous job this week. But I can't go any further without giving a huge shout out to
60.
Keegan Brown, who's just sent me a message with one of the funniest things I've seen all month. A little earlier in the day, I was talking about odd checkouts that get cast
60.
out and can only be found at the back of the cupboard. Well, he sent me a picture with a piece of paper on it, which has the checkouts of 7, 5, 9, 31, 23 and 39 on it, lodged between some oyster sauce and some cracked black pepper and salt, which really did make me chuckle. So thank you for sending that in, Keegan. I hope your practice is going well. I hope your Thursday is going well. And good luck next week at the final Players' Championships in Barnsley. I will see you there.
83.
Who are we going to see and in what position tomorrow? Because Williams' day started well. I'm not going to say that he blitzed Niall Culleton in his first game, but he played all right. He had 57% on his doubles. High check out of 100. But since then, he's lost a couple of games.
140.
Can't keep losing in this group when there's only 10 group games each. He can't be losing games
93
in a row, like
Scott,
3 or 4. That will confine you to the bottom 4 spots. Double 16 will give you a 1-0 lead.
88.
Narrow miss.
Martin, you require 40.
And Wolf is in for tops.
Games on the
Gets
first
10s
leg.
for a steady 17 dart start. That's exactly what he really needed, because today he's had trouble banking wins as well. But we know that Martin will not give up on the top 2 spot.
$180.
That'll do nicely. And I do like our new graphic where a 180 is hit and it just flashes across their score for a second.
100.
Constant improvement, that's what it's all about here at the Online Darts Live League. Whether it's the very beginning of this project last March.
140.
Remember when the screen was just 2 dartboards? I remember those days. And then we brought in the split cam a few months later.
100.
We were doing that with all the equipment we could get our hands on at the time.
105.
But you're wondering what the next evolution is of the Online Darts Live League. I myself am intrigued. You'll have to keep tuning in to find out.
70.
We now have weekly bonuses leading up to Champions
76.
Week, but this is Champions Week. This is big paycheck time. And this is double 8. And that is a 12 darter for Scott Williams, showing us exactly what he can do. But he's proving my point from a little bit earlier on today that he can be brilliant.
To throw first.
But it's the stuff in between that needs to improve. If he can turn those 19, 20 darters into 17s or 16s
80.
or even 15s, we're talking about a guy who could be very handy on tour, because look at his technique. It's gorgeous.
131.
Beautiful positions. There's a really nice look to his throw. It doesn't look like anything could go wrong.
$100.
After this, everybody will play their final match of the day, and they, after that, will know their position going into Friday's last day of this group. And we're talking about two guys here who have already played 3 days this week. And it is Williams who has won 2 of their meetings.
60.
And they have come by 4 legs to 2 over the last couple of days.
$100.
He's going to have a look at a 170. And he has already had one of those this year.
82. Scott, you require 107.
Without checking, I'm pretty sure he's got 2. Almost gets the chance of another.
134.
But his pace is starting to accelerate. These guys do not live too far away from each other. Neighbouring counties.
100.
Cambridgeshire and Lincolnshire.
Scott, you require 36.
Double 18. Double 16.
20.
Oh, he just jumped on that dart there. Tried to stay in rhythm. And he could have possibly done something a bit better there. But I think he's going to get stolen. Oh, it's typical Adams, because it's an 18 darter, and you don't see many players on 79 with an opponent on a double going treble 13 first, but nobody can change Wolfie. You can say whether it's the right thing to do or not.
140.
But based on the execution, it was the right thing to do because he got the number.
$140.
Up until those shots at double 18, Scott Williams was averaging 109.
140.
He is maintaining that 100 plus average, but he is losing this match with an average of about 19 more than his opponent. I don't usually invest in averages after 3 legs, but at that point I had to mention it.
$86. $100.
Just sense that Adams is ready to nick a game away without having to play his absolute best. And it wouldn't shock me whatsoever if Williams leaves a double here and Adams takes the 121.
No, 76 left.
He's got 76 left.
79. Martin, you require 100.
Does Adams take a 3-1 lead? He looks ominous. Like a hungry wolf needing a bullseye for lunch.
85.
Well, if you're going to miss it, you might as well miss it in the 14.
Scott, you require 56.
Don't miss the big number.
36.
It cost him a shot at a double.
Martin, you require 36.
And it could well cost him the match.
Game
because
shot
Adams
of
has
foreplay.
taken the 3-1 lead.
Martin
and
Adams.
I'm just paying attention to the averages in this match because the chasm between these two is still there. And Adams is the one with the 3-1 lead.
Flair gets Martin to throw first. Game on.
93 Adams, 106 Williams. Fascinating stuff.
95.
One thing we do know is that if Mike Warburton gets another win with a little bit of a gap over Mike Gillet in the next one, he's going to top the table going into Friday. You might have to watch out for a fresh and always ready Warby.
95. 94.
Got to say that if Scott Williams does lose this match, and if he loses to Shaun Griffiths, in match 14, his chances of getting through this group are slim.
50.
At the very least, he needs to either win this from 3-1 down or beat Shaun.
140.
You can't go into day 2 with only 2 points. Not in a group where only 2 players go through from 6. Tonight is different. It's 3 players from 5. That's the
81.
advantage of getting into Group B.
127.
But when you look at the quality on show tonight, I don't know if it is an advantage. Bullseye.
95.
Didn't fancy it. And that's fair enough. In fact, that was the right play.
$85. Scott,
This is
you
for a
require
break of
32.
throw, and he needs 2 of them.
Game
That's a
shot
great
the
dart,
fifth
you
leg.
know, because he's thrown
Scott
that
Williams.
from the left-hand side of the yockey just to sneak past it. This is now leg 6. He needs to hold here to give himself any opportunity of sneaking this match
Six-legged
away.
Scott to throw first.
Just not going for that bullseye has reminded me of something that I was
40.
talking about last week. I'm currently doing some research in preparation for the World Championship, and I was looking back at the first World Championship back in 1978.
44.
I'm sure Martin remembers watching that thinking, I want to get there someday, and he did many times. But it's largely forgotten
92.
because everybody remembers 1983 when Eric Bristow decided not to go for a bullseye when Keith Deller was on 138 for the title. But what about 1978
60.
when John Lowe had 50 left with 3 darts in hand with Leighton Rees on a small number for the title
44.
and went for the bullseye with his first dart? Look that up on YouTube. I'm not lying about that. I'm not telling you porky pies. I completely forgot about it.
41.
And when it was thrust in my view by YouTube, I was aghast, I have to say it.
81.
It just doesn't happen. People don't go for bullseye with 50 points and 3 darts. Unless your name is Dimitri Vandenberg and you're playing Phil Taylor in a final of an exhibition in Australia.
26.
There's another thing you can find on YouTube.
$84.
Williams is in position to take us all the way. But how much Martin would love a 180 and a 150 checkout? 6 darts from 160
100. Scott, you require 160.
to go all the way with Adams for the second time this week. Tops.
Game
Oh,
shot
it's a
the
beauty.
sixth flag.
He does love a
Scott
big
Williams.
finish, does our Scott. And that was picture perfect.
7th
When
and
he
final
gets
leg,
it
it's
right,
Martin to throw
he
first.
gets it very right. And only for the second time today do we go to leg 7.
45.
When they played each other on Monday, it was Wolfie who won by 4 legs to 3. He's got the darts again here.
60.
And he is fortunate that he's got away with that 45 start.
$41.
I'm not sure he's going to get away with a 45 and 41 start.
60.
But he has. Even with 2 visits of 60, Scott has got a half dart lead, which is now gone. He's averaging 98, is the big man from Lincolnshire. And
100.
Adams, statistically, has been hanging on in this match with an 81.
100.
Stats don't win your matches. Does he need a treble? Oh, yeah. And he does get one.
100.
This is tense.
41.
Because you can sense from these two opponents that if they don't get this win, they are really chasing in the last game of the day and tomorrow. They're already
60.
4 points behind the players who are occupying the two top spots. Nice play
70.
from Scott to leave 170. I like that a lot.
55.
That shows board flexibility. But it could be game over. If he finishes this match with a 160 out and a 170 out,
Scott
Adams will just have to tap out and say too good. He misses start number 2.
121.
Well, it's down to this.
71.
Williams has got 49 and Adams has got this. Possibly one shot to save the points at tops.
51.
And he can't. Not on this
Scott, you
occasion. He's
require
had 7
49.
visits to win this match in this last leg. And Williams does what he did a little bit earlier. He wins by 4 legs to 3 and takes his head-to-head record with Adams to 3-1 for the week. Well, he did have the better average throughout the entire match, but he only had the lead for 1 moment. And he's got it forever, because he's never going to have that taken away from him. 160 out was the highlight, but now we go into the last round of today. Round 5 starts with Warburton up against Gillet. Time for the final furlong of matches today, and everybody knows what they have to do with their last match. As far as Warburton is concerned, if he gets a sizable win here for his 4th win of the day, he's going to be top of the table no matter what anybody does. There you see him at the top now, but look at that leg difference. He's got a 5-leg buffer there. And if he wins here, he will be top of the table going into Friday.
Game on. $60.
If Warburton does find top spot by the end of the day, it will confirm what I think about him and a word that I use to describe him. Plucky. And it's got nothing to do with turkeys. It's got everything to do with the fact that he has the ability to blow players away.
100.
But he also has this ability of sticking around and annoying players.
$95.
I described somebody last week in Barnsley as salt in the bed. Just can't get rid of them.
57.
The one thing that Warburton has always had
45.
is an abundance of confidence. He believes in himself. And I love that about him. I love that about players. I'd like to say that about Mike.
140.
But I have never met him personally. I've never spent any time with him. So I'd like that to change, to see what kind of a player, what kind of a person he is. The more I watch him, the more I'm educated as to what his strengths and weaknesses are. Now, he had a curious effort at a 165 approach a little bit earlier in the day. And for a moment there, I thought he was going to leave double 2. He has left double 8, which is a guaranteed shot now.
120. Mike, you require 16.
He's got company. But not for long, as the man who purses his lips on doubles does find double 4. It's a great shot, this. Look at that. He's giving it the angry cat.
Second leg, it's Mike Gillet to
the
throw
upturned
first.
smile in going for the doubles, and there's nothing wrong with a little bit of anger and focus at the same time.
140.
The final matches after this. Williams against Griffiths. So Williams can finish the day on 6 points. Griffiths can finish on 8. So there's a lot at stake there.
100.
Culleton will finish up against Wolfie. It's the wolf against the werewolf. That's the kind of match we really need for Saturday night, isn't it? I wonder how many Halloween puns I can pull out of the bag on Saturday night and Sunday
78.
morning. I'm sure there'll be plenty. You'll be sick of me by the time it gets to 11:30.
$59.
I really do anticipate that Saturday night and Sunday morning is going to deliver. But who's going to be there? The strange thing is, 4 of these players in this group
100.
are not going to be there. And 2 players from tonight's group won't be there either. So we have to cut one of Scott, Williams,
99.
Thornton, Webster and
Mike,
Burnett.
require 83.
Good luck with that. Just checking his position. Doesn't have to go 16 bull here. Showing a bit of experience there, Mike.
43.
Set it up. Take it next time.
$60.
He's under no real pressure
Mike,
with
require 40.
Warburton 100 behind. Is that a guide? It was a hindrance.
30.
And this would be
Mike, you require 140.
one heck of a steal. Not quite.
60.
Don't underestimate the
Mike, you
possibility
require 10.
that the leg isn't over yet, because Gillet on 5s,
Game shot
well, he
the
made it look
second
easy,
leg.
but I assure
Mike
you it is
Gillet.
anything but easy. Double 5 is a bit of a pitfall if you go high then low, but it was an aggressive first start.
Third leg, it's Mike Warburton to throw first. Game on.
This is one of those games that referees hate, because when they say who throws first, they have to full name them,
140.
because we've got 2 mics here. The person who did the final of the World Championship between Michael van Gerwen and Michael Smith.
60.
That is a long, long night to be full naming dart players at the starts of legs.
$100.
I've always wondered, just when you're called Mike
60.
Warburton, does that mean that you have some sort of affiliation and loyalty to a certain type of bread? Do you buy it because it's the same name?
140.
I wonder if there was a brand of food by Nicholson, if I would buy it just because of the name of it.
62.
I actually
Might you
do
require
own
121.
a tractor seat bar stool, which was made by a company called Nicholson's. And that was found for me by my antique dealer, Terry Jenkins.
97.
That is a true story. It's a true story that Warby is on double 12 after 12. And that has a lovely ring to it, doesn't it?
137.
He's on
Might
double
you
12
require
after
24.
12. And now he's on 12 after 13. And takes the leg in
Shaun, the
15.
third
So there's a
leg.
lot of sequences
Mike
there.
Warburton.
But the sequence for this one is that the person throwing first seems to win the leg. Will that continue as we go into leg 4
Fourth leg, it's
with
Mike
Gillet
Gillet to throw
throwing
first. Game on.
I hope he doesn't mind me calling him Gilly. That's very reminiscent of that great cricketer, Adam Gilchrist.
140.
What a wicket-keeper and what a batsman. Now, you may be an England cricket fan, or indeed a cricket fan of another country, but you can't deny that Gilly
58.
was one heck of a cricketer. I suppose if
140.
Mike of the Hampshire variety was a little bit French, you'd call him Mike Gillet. And if he had one less L in his name, he'd be
95.
the same as a body warmer, a gilet. Well, we are getting to that point of the year where the gilets need to come out.
137.
I'm pretty sure we won't get any dart players in this room wearing gilets as they play, because it is a temperature-controlled room.
97.
No, during the summer,
Mike, you
it
require
was
84.
pretty stuffy in there. This looks pretty useful.
72.
Double sixes missed this time by Mike Gillet. So, he is coming back.
100.
I think the switch
Mike,
on
you
the last
require
start was the play
12.
there. You'd much rather have 152 than 151. But it
Game
doesn't
Shaun,
mean
the
anything
fourth
because the
leg.
pattern
Mike
of
Gillet.
holding throw in this match continues as the left-hander does level things up. We've only gone the full distance twice today. Could we
Fifth
go
leg, it's
the
Mike
distance
Warburton
again?
to throw first. Game on.
We're not going to find out in this leg. Let's see just how much
140.
Warburton believes that he can get the 4th win of 5. Let's run through what he's done today then. He lost 4-3 to Shaun Griffiths. It was a good game.
85.
It started off with that 156 check out by Shaun. But since then, Warburton has won everything. He won against Adams by 4 legs to 2.
100.
He won against Scott Williams 4 legs to 0. That was a butchering performance. And then 4-2 against Culleton with a very steady display.
60.
As for Gillet, he's really been fighting hard. It wasn't the easiest foundation for him losing to Adams by 4 legs to 0 in his first match. Then he got his first win against Scott Williams by 4 legs to 2. It was not a good game, but it was a win. And since then, he's lost to Culleton by 4 legs to 2. And Shaun Griffiths by the same
60.
scoreline. That game with Niall Culleton, though. Both players 100% on the
100.
checkouts. I'm still talking about it because it's still relevant. 6 legs won, 6 doubles hit.
84.
Remarkable
Mike,
stuff.
you require 80.
This would be 3-2 and another hold of throw.
$60.
He's in no danger as of yet.
85.
Does he take
Mike,
it
you
this time?
require
Because
20.
Gillet, to his credit, has found himself on a doable finish. Getting closer. But not close
No
enough.
score. Mike, you require 127.
This would be like a fistful of salt. Be one hell of a pinch. The salt goes back in the cupboard.
$111. Mike, you require
Got to
20.
fix what he couldn't do last time. Hasn't really scared it yet. Double 5.
15.
Things aren't going right all of a sudden.
Mike, you require 16.
This could be a cataclysmic leg loss. Double 4.
12.
And somehow Warburton is
Mike,
coming
you
back for
require
5.
5.
So there's another one of these checkouts. Again, it's a 5. 1 for double 2, and he showed us how to do it last time we saw 5 left.
1.
But he's unable to find it this time, and 24 darts is not enough to
Mike,
hold
you
a throw.
require 4.
Both on double 2. But Mike's not on double 2 anymore. And
Gillet.
if there is a point of a game where you have to apologise, I don't believe in apologies because I believe you just have to win the leg. But that wasn't a good leg.
Gillet to throw first.
And
Game on.
sometimes you just feel like you have to apologise. It's one thing I've never done.
66.
I don't know whether that tells a story about what I'm like as a player. But I could win a leg in 48 darts, and my opponent may have missed
100.
30 darts at a double in the leg. I wouldn't apologise. For me, it seems to have crept
100.
into the game a lot more in the last couple of years. And I don't know why. You will never see Martin Adams apologising for winning a leg.
100.
I once saw James Wade apologise for hitting a 12-darter. And I was trying to wrap my head around that for easily 6
42.
months. And I still can't figure out why he did it. What Warby would give for 2 12-darters to finish this match off by 4 legs to 3. If he does get a 12-darter here, the 161 is going.
135.
Great stuff there from the other Mike to get to a finish. 51. For the bull, is the 12 on? Oh, it's a belter! An absolute killer of a 161 from Mike Warburton. That is the best finish of the day, and I'm not just talking about the number. I'm talking about the timing of it.
7th and final leg, it's Mike Warburton to throw first. Game on.
Couldn't hit a double with a hedgehog in the last leg, and then he pokes in a 161. Incredible stuff. What a player he is.
180.
Stick him in a sticky situation, and he will get out of it somehow.
60.
In the words of Edmund Blackadder, he was like a sticky stick insect stuck on a sticky bun in that 6th leg. And he somehow
43.
found his freedom. But back comes Gillet. Fair play.
180.
Great 180. It's his first of the match. What a great time to find it. What a superb game this has turned out to be. I didn't expect to be seeing that.
60.
After the 5th leg was complete and utter. I can't even finish that sentence because it was that bad.
100.
But since then, something's happened. Somebody has cast a spell on this game. Oh no. They were in exactly the same position in the last leg. Gillet had 158. Warburton had 161. Roles are reversed.
90.
If he hits this, there may be nothing he can't do. And I think he's going to have to survive match darts now if he wants to get to 8 for the day.
134.
But make no mistake, this is huge for Gillet to finish on 4 for the day, to stay in with a chance tomorrow. Tops.
31.
Could be a huge miss, and you can see on his face just what it meant.
You require 24.
And Warburton is there for the kill. Is it his? Is it his?
12.
It isn't. Just more drama in this game. Fine margins in these groups to see who goes through. This could be huge. And it's there. It's a beautiful dart. It has to be said. He had the guide, and he really did use it to get that 4-3 win to inflict only the second defeat on Mike Warburton in what was, in my opinion, it doesn't say on the averages there, or indeed with the checkouts, but that 161, that just gives you a little ingredient in what I think was the best game of the day so far. We've got 2 more to go for you, though, and Williams will be up against Griffiths. And if Griffiths wants top spot on 8 points, he's just got to win 1 more match. Welcome back to the Online Darts Live League Group C action for Thursday. We're getting very close to the end of the session, but we have 2 more matches left. And one of these players could well top the group on 8 points if he gets a win here against Scott Williams. Could be Shaun, because with Warburton finished after his 5 matches, he can't better his position of 6 points and +6. And now the only player that can get to 8 is Shaun.
Okay, first leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Could be a really good match, this. And as the fixtures are flipped tomorrow,
60.
this will be their first match tomorrow when they start at 9:30 AM again via your favoured bookmaker streaming services and via the YouTube channel of Online Darts.
100.
I hope you've enjoyed today's action as much as I have. But I still believe
83.
that there are more gears to be found. Nobody has hit a ton plus average apart from Niall Culleton on one occasion. 100.26. A lot of these games have been fought
93.
with 80 plus averages. So someone's got to take this group by the scruff of the neck. It could have been Mike Warburton
41.
with those last 3 darts that he threw in the last match. He could have got to 8 points. He was so close to it. But he failed. Now it's up to Shaun to see whether he gets 8 points.
180.
And he hasn't been lacking 180s today, that's for sure. He got a couple in his first match, including
99.
156 in there as well.
128.
Could he have a 128? The old school way. That will do with your opponent north of 170.
Shaun, you require 50.
Griffiths has got 8 maximums today, which is not a bad return. How was he on double 16 again? He has been so good down there on combination shots. I may have mentioned it more than once, but 64s, 10-somethings to leave double 16, 50 like he did just there.
Game on.
When something is going right, this game is about replication.
60.
If it's working, keep doing it. This is the first time they've met at the Online Darts Live League, but not the first time they've met in all competitions. They met in the Challenge Tour last year in Wigan, and that was won by Scott Williams by 5 legs to 1.
100.
I don't know about you guys, but 2020 seems like a long time ago.
140.
And a little bit earlier today, I was talking about Christmas and what these players would want for Christmas. I'll tell you what I want for Christmas. I want a jam-packed Ali Pali all Christmas and New Year. And I want thousands upon thousands of darts fans to have an incredible time. That's what I want. Because they all missed out on it last year and nobody got to see Gerwyn Price lift his first Sid Waddell trophy. And I think the darts community have every right to make up for what we lost last year. And I have a feeling they might.
90. Scott, you require 161.
We've seen a 161, of course. The biggest finish of the day from Mike Warburton. It didn't help him get the victory, but it was one spiffing finish.
156.
Can Shaun get a second 156 of the day? That's where he hit the first dart the last time he hit it.
140.
Very good.
Scott, you require 76.
He's forcing Williams to take this. Tops.
56.
And he doesn't. And
Shaun, you
Griffiths,
require
who's been
16.
really good on double 16, just has to look next door. Next door over, Shaun. He has to go to a different postcode now.
Game Shaun the second
Should have said
leg.
zip code for all of our
Shaun
viewers
Griffiths.
over in North America. But it doesn't make any difference because Shaun is looking the more assured of the two on points in the table and in this match.
Scott to throw first. $123.
If I were Scott Williams and I qualified for finals night and I wanted to dress up for something for Halloween, I would dress myself up as the world's biggest leprechaun. Because he has a bit of a strawberry blonde thing going on.
96.
And he has a beard. But he's very tall. Very tall. He's well over 6 foot tall.
60.
Not to say that Shaun Griffiths is that small, because he's not.
140.
Older he gets, the more he looks like his old man Glyn. Nothing wrong with that, of course. Glyn's a fine chap.
92.
I'm sure that Glyn is tuning in today to watch his young lad play. Good switching from Shaun.
98.
And he's somewhat fortunate to leave a finish there because he got that wrong. He should have started on the 19s.
100. Shaun, you require 167.
If he takes this out, it's not the look of the Irish. It's just plain luck that he left it. He's not going to. But it has to be 19s first on 126.
Scott, you
The
require
only other option is the
126.
25. That doesn't help.
86.
It's a good approach in the end.
Shaun, you require 28.
But Griffiths, who has won 2 legs on 2 different doubles, is looking for a 3rd different double.
No
But is
score.
unable to bank it.
Scott, you require
What an
40.
opportunity missed.
Game Shaun the third
And
leg.
no miss
Scott
for Scott
Williams.
Williams, who finds a 16 darter and does get himself back in this match. He should be cast out to sea pretty much by Shaun, but not the case.
Fourth leg, it's Shaun to throw first.
And that would have been for 2 breaks of throw as well. He
140.
doesn't half throw those darts very hard. I've seen some people throw darts in so many different ways over the years. Hard,
57.
soft, weird, conventional. But look at this. Look at the follow through. Hard, straight and down with that follow through. Look at the arm at the end.
100.
The wrist goes backwards towards his right hip. And that will twist the right shoulder.
180.
That's twisting the knife. It's been a very peculiar day for Scott Williams.
41.
Of ups and downs. Started with an up against Culleton, then a couple of downs, and then another up in beating Martin Adams by 4 legs to 3. It's a win he shouldn't really have had.
97.
In fact, Martin Adams could well be the person at the base of the table going into tomorrow.
140.
He's currently
Scott,
at the
you
foot of the
require
table on 2 points.
167.
Is Griffiths about to fix the
97.
situation that he messed up in the last
Shaun, you
leg?
require 80.
If he doesn't, he could be in a level game. Awkward. Look at the upright angle of that dart. Now he's got to utilise the ocky. He's going to stay there.
50.
Went for the left portion. I'm not surprised that he hit the double 5 because he had maybe a third of the bed to aim at. Double 16.
Game,
and it's the open bed taken by Scott Williams, who shows that when he gets something going, he is a streaky player.
Fifth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on. I
find him a completely fascinating player to watch. He's not only got a slightly different look about him, he's got a very exciting approach because he doesn't hang around. I just get the feeling that sometime over the next 2 years, he's going to do something. And people will look back on these moments as if to say, he's been around a bit. Now, I might say this about a few players. They've got potential, but there's something about Scott Williams that salivates me a little bit in darting terms. That's why
180.
He can deliver 180s with bulbous darts in a very fast fashion. That's watchable. What's not to love? In this day and age of 0 attention spans, people like players who play fast and exciting stuff.
56.
And don't forget his
require
proclivity of going for finishes a slightly different way. .51 leaves the bull.
96.
Now, if Williams gets a shot at the bull,
170.
It won't be his first 170 this year.
49.
There he is, keeping the spot a guessing once again.
25.
And he leaves the 121 that Shaun's just missed. Just gets the 9.
17.
Oh, and he's missed it.
Scott, you require 121.
He's going to be holding his breath now. It turns out he had nothing
53.
to worry about.
Shaun, you require 8.
2 4s to break through in leg 5.
Game, Shaun, the 5th.
That's what he gets.
Shaun
Don't
Griffiths.
be surprised if he finds leg 6 in the bank as well, that you might get a little bit of a yelp from him because he really wants to win this group.
Shaun to throw first. Game on.
We got one from him after the first match today.
$100.
And you know something? You never forget the first time you ever play somebody. I've played Shaun a few times. Not just in practice, because we used to practice together at a club in Chorlton, the area of Manchester that he knows very well. But that practice was set up because we played each other in a Pro Tour match, and it was one heck of a game. He beat me by 6 legs to 5.
100.
And I didn't know who Shaun was up until that point, and it was one of those moments where you go back to your table and you say to all your friends, who was that?
180.
I've known him since that day. And Shaun is getting to know Scott Williams very well in this match.
140.
Fair play to the 29-year-old from Manchester, because he's been hit pretty hard at times in this match. And he's come up with some great positions. This is a match-winning position. .51 for bull to end it in style.
83.
Just has to dodge one more big out to give himself something a bit more doable. He's got 72 left.
72 left.
Well, you're the one who went for the bull, Scott. You should know what you've got left.
85.
I love how creative he is. He almost
Shaun, you
plays with a
require
degree of
78.
ignorance. I'll just go for the bull if I don't know what to do. I love that. I find it so refreshing. Double 12. And Shaun Griffiths does show us a yelp.
Shaun Griffiths.
There is your winner of the group today, Shaun Griffiths, the only person who will grab 8 points for Thursday in Group C. It's a good performance. Look at that. 95.1. Not the best average of the day, but one of the best performances we have seen. Their job is done, but as far as Niall Culleton and Martin Adams are concerned, they have got one job left, and that's to play each other. One more match for your entertainment in Group C of this Champions Week here at the Online Darts Live League. I am Paul the Asset Nicholson calling in today and the rest of the week. So, let's have a look at the last match of this group today. Shaun Griffiths will stay at number 1 regardless of what happens here, because Niall Culleton can only get to 6 points and he will stay in 3rd position if he wins this match. He can't catch Warburton's leg difference position. But Wolfie, if he wants to drag himself into the race, and if you are a neutral watching this group, you may want a Wolfie win, because getting him to 4 points with 3 others would be tantalising.
Okay, first leg, it's Niall to throw first. Game on.
With 2 positions up for grabs, Shaun Griffiths has done himself so many favours by winning that last match against Scott Williams. He's got a little buffer now between himself and 3rd position in the rest. But for how long?
95.
As far as head-to-head records are concerned, these two have played each other the most
81
of any corresponding fixture today. This is their 9th meeting. And Martin Adams has won 6 of their previous 8.
140.
Going all the way back to the 26th of April. And they've played each other as recently as the 2nd of October. So a lot of their matches have been spread out over the course of the year. But Adams seems to dominate most of the time. There's never been a ton-plus average in this fixture. There have been a couple of close calls. Culleton, in fact, when he beat Adams on their first meeting back on the 26th of April, averaged 99.93. And that is the best performance in this fixture to date. Is he going to stay there? Does he fancy it? I think he does. Whoa. Really wanted him to hit that bullseye. And he's left 32 anyway. He could have left himself on 7.
$59. Martin, you required 32.
Double 16 to take the first leg against the throw. Double 8 with no pressure.
16.
Maybe he would have hit it if there was pressure. You tend to find that that is what the great players do.
60.
They hit when they
Martin,
need to hit.
16.
And he needs to hit now. And he does hit now, but only just in the corner. He won't care about that. It's already forgotten, and he wants to go into leg 2 with the darts to try and double that lead.
Second leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Thank you for everybody getting in touch on Twitter today. Declan Mason has got in touch talking about Greg Ritchie, great talent from Scotland who went bull first on 50 earlier this year here at the Online Darts Live League. You're absolutely right, Declan. I remember that. I should have mentioned that earlier. So, great call. A couple of tweets from Lee Seymour and Joe Wheeler about the apologising for winning a leg. Yes, it grinds my gears. And I know it does to other people as well.
$85.
You won't see Martin Adams apologising if he gets a win in this match. Especially after the day he's had, which has been incredibly similar to the week he's had.
81.
I think his performance level today has gone down to what we've seen the last 3 days, but
140.
I think some people tend to forget Martin Adams is a human being. I am over 20 years younger than Martin, and I would struggle playing 4. He thought the leg was done. He was wrong. Is it done now? No, because he's hit the wrong bed.
Martin, you require 40.
Double top for 2-0.
Game
and Adams doubles his lead in no time whatsoever. If he's going to drag himself into a battle for possibly second spot in this table, a big win here would definitely help.
Throw first.
Now his leg difference is not
game on
the worst considerable position. It's at -1. But the ideal score for him, of course, is 4-0.
60.
If he gets it, he'll finish on 4 points for the day and +3. And that would elevate him to 3rd place. Yes. From 6th to 3rd. Don't underestimate how big this game is for Martin Adams. It's enormous if he wants to try and make the finals by the end of the week.
44.
He would go above Mike Gillet, who's on 4 points and -5. He would go above Niall Culleton, who's on 4 points and +1. He would go above Scott Williams on 4 points and -5. He would jump them all.
57.
In fact, if you got a tight win by, say, 4 legs to 2, of which there have been a ridiculous amount of 4-2s today, then he would still hop above Niall in third
30.
spot.
$140.
I've just done a little tally up. There have been 8 4-2 scorelines today. Yes, 8 of them out of 14 matches. Is this the first 180?
140.
It's not. It's the third 140 plus score of this match for Martin to get himself on a 146, which is coincidentally
100.
the best finish we've seen this year from Niall.
146.
Possibilities are plenty.
$93.
Bit of a slip
Now
into
we
the treble
require
5, but
100.
not the end of the world unless Culleton finds this. Is that far enough away to give him an
Inch on
open
the
bed?
third leg.
Yes.
Niall Culleton.
Great shot, because if he misses that, I think he's in all sorts of trouble. But similar to what we've seen at points today,
Game on.
Adams has had nothing easy. Apart from maybe his first match where he won by 4 legs to 0.
$100.
Adams averaged 85.89 in that 4-0 win over Mike Gillet. But it didn't look easy.
100.
I've had another 4-0 victory for Warburton over Scott Williams, where he averaged 88.41 in that match.
55.
But the only ton-plus average we have had today was in that incredible 7th match between Niall and Mike Gillet, where Niall averaged 100.26, and both players were 100% on doubles. I'm probably going to reference that match at least 10 more times over the next couple of days.
80.
Unless it happens again. It's not going to happen in this match because we have had
85.
7 missed darts at double already. This is where Adams has got to be really careful. He's got to go south here. Previously, I've seen him leave 166s.
134.
But this one is not a 166. It's a doable 132, which he's already had a look at in the first leg. Got to go south. You've got no portion of that 60 to aim at.
65. Martin,
Okay.
you require 132.
I get why he did that. Does Martin get a shot at the bull for the leg? There's your answer. He doesn't move.
88.
He went for the right-hand side of the
Now
bull
we
and just
require
pushed it a little bit.
151.
This would hurt. It would hurt.
111.
And it was close. Full
Martin, you
credit to
require
Culleton.
44.
That would have broken Wolfie's heart. Double 16 for the Motown shot.
12.
He doesn't bank the 44.
Now we require
This
40.
game could have been done and dusted.
20.
And Martin's ambition of being 3-1
Martin, you
up is
require
still
32.
a very real possibility. 2 8s now. Can he find it?
16.
That has been the problem today. Too many missed doubles.
Niall, we require 20.
Niall understands how big this double is. Wolfie is completely boiling.
No
doesn't
score.
go in. I expected the third one to go in to make Martin feel even worse.
Martin, you require 16.
And somehow he's given a third bite of the cherry. Different bed. Different result.
On the 4 flag.
And somehow he is given enough opportunities to get a 3-1 lead. Now he needs only one, but you can sense just how big this leg could be.
Niall to throw first. Game on.
Niall has had a much better day
100
than Martin Adams, based on all the games I've witnessed. But he could find himself under Martin Adams in the table in as little as 2 minutes' time.
100. 60.
It just doesn't seem to be going Niall's way in this game, averaging 77. This is extremely similar to what happened in his first match of the day, where he averaged 77.
100.
And was only 25% on doubles. Well, in the first match,
55.
he had a high check at a 32. Here, he's got one double hit from the 100 checkout, but overall is 10% on doubles. 1 from 10 shots.
60. 95.
That last start was so needed to give himself that 50 lead. Without it, he was in all sorts of bother, but he could be in trouble anyway. That's okay. If he's going to miss the big treble, the treble 5 doesn't hurt him.
49.
And that small treble does not hurt Martin either.
Martin, you require 146.
So Culleton will have the chance of the 142 to stay alive. But
40.
again, it's the last dart treble
require 142.
that keeps Martin from getting under 100. 125. So usually here someone goes for the centre of the board. Not Niall.
38.
Maybe he should have.
Martin, you require 106.
This is more realistic than a 146. But it's not going to happen.
43.
And again, the last dart fires left.
Now you require 104.
Are we seeing two tired players? We shouldn't be seeing a tired Culleton. This is his first day of action this week. It's Martin's fourth.
40 scored, yeah.
And if he banks 63 more points, he will get the rest of the day off.
Martin, you require
and plenty of
63.
time to rest for Friday. But in a much better position than he probably thought he was going to be in an hour or two ago. One more dart for third position in the table. And that's what he's got.
Shot on the match.
Adams has not played his best today, but he has scrapped his way to the bronze medal position for Thursday in Group C. And it gives him a much better opportunity of getting to the top 2 by the end of Friday in the group. We can scrap those stats because they're not really that worth saying, quite frankly. But what you can see is that Adams is in third position in a dogfight with 3 other players on 4 points, but in touching distance of the top 2. That is the key thing there. Lots to talk about going into tomorrow, but before we go to tomorrow for those guys, we have got what I think is the best looking group that I have seen all year long. It starts at 10 p.m. on Sporty Stuff TV tonight. And of course, if you're watching internationally, you can watch on the Online Darts YouTube channel. I hope you can join us later because I'm excited about it. You should be too. So hopefully, we'll see you in about 8 hours' time.